Are we back? Are we back? Because according to mine, I'm not back, as you can see. According to this, I'm not back. Right? Squee, Fighting Spirit, how you guys doing? Sub-Zero, how you doing? Sub-Zero, no, it's my internet being full of shit. Just want to see, because it says I'm not back, according to my fucking... There we go. All right. So we're back. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm happy to be back, chat. Okay, so I wanna throw this out there. All these people so the sports betting thing, that's still fine, and sports betting, in my opinion, just as fucking bad as gambling, if not worse. Because people get hooked way easier on sports betting because it's way more accessible. It is much fucking easier to get sports betting literally everywhere. It's not always as easy to get gambling. Okay, so, or just straight up fucking slot machines and shit like this. So I would say that all of these fucking streamers that's making a big deal about, oh my god, fuck the gambling on Twitch, fuck the gambling. And to be fair, I want to be very clear. I don't like gambling. I'm not a gambler. I don't see the fucking point in gambling, right? But I have a problem with people that are fake and people that create problems that isn't principled. And I'll get to the whole principled discussion in a second and why I don't think that all of these streamers that are now celebrating the ban on gambling, even though it really isn't a fucking ban on gambling, but we'll get to that. But the whole point of YouTube's algorithm doesn't advertise on gambling streams. So all of these gambling streams, they're just migrating to YouTube now. They're going to be doing it on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't give a fuck. Twitch doesn't give a fuck about gambling. If you read Twitch's sort of post about it, and you thought, oh my god, Twitch cares about children and about people, they don't. Twitch doesn't give a fuck about kids. If Twitch could sell kids poison to fucking let their dicks fall off, they would if it meant they made a profit. Like, Twitch doesn't give a shit about children. It's nothing to do with children. Twitch cares about advertisers. And the problem is Twitch doesn't have an algorithm that decides where adverts go. When you buy an advert on Twitch, your advert is delivered everywhere. The algorithm doesn't decide what do you like, what do you don't like, what you don't like. You know, it's not targeted ads. It's just ads everywhere, right? And so they can't control whether ads go on, like, streams for gambling or whether it goes on a stream for a video gamer. And so they just ban the gambling because it's easier than trying to figure out how to make the ads stop that companies don't want on gambling. So that's first and foremost. All of these guys are fucking fake. I want to talk about the principled part of this, and this is why I have a big problem with it. For all of you that believe that gambling is a problem, and I'm assuming there's quite a number of you, let's just quickly see. Show of hands here in chat. How many of you are happy about the fact that gambling was banned off of Twitch? All right. I'm assuming there's never gave a shit. All right. It's nice to know that there are a number of people on my channel that doesn't give a shit about this shit. But here's what I would ask for anyone that is happy that it's been banned. Do you think that gambling is better or worse than porn? Would you maybe equal to porn? Because we know the incredible devastating results that porn has on the mind. It literally changes the way that people think. Do you know that porn leads to impotence in men? If you watch porn long enough and enough of it, when you get addicted to it, it will eventually lead to you not being able to get a fucking hard on. You'll lose any ability to really connect with other human beings. It's fucking miserable. Porn is a terrible, terrible fucking addiction. But somehow, almost all of these fucking streamers are like, yeah, fuck the gambling thing. Let's get that off there. But no, it's absolutely fine for all these fucking titty streamers and hot tub streamers to sell their version of softcore porn so that they can sell their OnlyFans, because that's literally all it is. These hot tub streamers aren't here in the fucking hot tub 8 hours a day because they like being in the hot tub. They're in the hot tub 8 hours a day so they can convince as many people as possible to join them over on OnlyFans so they can see their pussies. So Twitch is literally a front for porn. That's what it is. And we're going to sit here and pretend like the gambling thing is the big fucking issue on Twitch? Get fucked. If we're going to be principled about this, the streamers that is willing to boycott the fucking stream, the Twitch, and the streamers that's willing to fucking leave the platform if they don't get rid of the gambling should have been, you get rid of the gambling, you get rid of the titty streamers, and then we'll come back. They should have had a problem with both of these things. Because both of these things are fucking horrible things to have on the platform. It's not good. But the kids apparently are worried about when it comes to gambling, but the kids aren't worried about seeing girls sitting in a fucking hot tub pretending to suck dick and making sexual noises. Apparently that's fine for kids. Oh yeah, everyone knows an 8-year-old can watch a girl mimic sucking a dick and nothing will happen to the person. Where's the principle in that? Like, there's no... That principle makes no fucking sense. False dichotomy, all right? A lot of people complaining about gambling on Twitch also complain about titty streamers on Twitch. No, there's a difference. Because a lot of them do complain. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, there shouldn't be titty streamers on Twitch. Fuck it, I will boycott Twitch and I will stop streaming on Twitch if they don't get rid of gambling. There's a level problem that I have here. Because the one is just saying, oh yeah, I hate that there's titty streamers on Twitch. The other is saying, I will fucking take my business elsewhere if you don't get rid of this. It's the same thing. It's not a false dichotomy. It's literally apples to apples. The problem is, I'm the only one comparing apples to apples. These others are fucking saying, no, this is a banana, that is an apple. It's like, no, it's the same fucking thing. It's the exact same thing. And we're pretending like this isn't a problem. But I'll go further. I'll go even further. Because all of these fucking anti-Gumba streamers, right, are saying that this is bad for kids. These streamers don't care about kids. They're getting kids into gambling at a very young age. They're making gambling seem cool. And their audiences are impressionable. And they're creating gambling addictions and all the rest of it. All right. So, will you agree with me that the principle here, the underlying principle of this, is in other words, caring about the well-being of minors and young people on Twitch? Would you agree that that seems to be the principle, like the underlying principle of this movement? Yeah? You'd agree with me that that seems to be the thing. MMO, I'm talking about Twitch streamers. I don't give a fuck about Twitch users. This is nothing to do with the users, because Twitch doesn't make decisions based on what users want. They haven't done that in fucking 2 years. So in this discussion, the Twitch viewer doesn't even matter, because Twitch doesn't give a fuck about you, FYI. And it's not because of the users that Twitch banned gambling, it's because of the streamers that bitched and moaned. So I'm not equating jack shit. You're trying to somehow shoehorn viewers in here that doesn't matter. No one gives a fuck about the viewers. Let the viewers be what they are. Twitch seems to take you guys for granted anyway, so it doesn't matter. So let's talk about the principle. The principle of trying to save kids and keep kids healthy and whatever the fuck, right? If you go by California morality, no. Porn isn't holy by anyone's morality. But alright, so... It is bad for a child to see a gambling stream, but somehow not bad for a child to watch a person sit on his ass playing video games for 8 to 12 hours a day, look up to this person, right? Because there's a lot of these streamers are celebrities. These streamers drink Dr. Pepper, Pepsi, Coke, eat incredibly unhealthy, high sugar, high salt snacks, living the gamer life, selling the idea that you too can be like this one day. Is that not bad? If we're talking about, caring about kids, right? We're really concerned about the image that kids get and the influence that we have on kids' lives. Is that not a concern? Sugar is the #1 killer in the world today. If you ask most doctors, all of them say the one disease they don't want is diabetes. So maybe that's also an important thing to care about, right? Like look, here's the thing. I'm no one's fucking role model. I have said this before. If your child watches me and learns some bad shit, that's your fucking problem. Your child shouldn't have been watching me in the first place. I am not going to change who I am. I'm not going to change what I talk about. I'm not your role model. I don't give a fuck. And I will not live as if I'm your fucking role model because I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I live my life the best way I think I should be living my life. I don't give a fuck how you live yours. It's yours. Do whatever the fuck you want. And if you want to imitate me, fuck it. You're going to be a fat cunt sitting in your room raging about bullshit on the internet all day. If that's your life, hey, go for it, right? It's fun when it's fun. It's not fun when it isn't. But I'm no one's role model. I'm not important enough, nor am I intelligent enough to be your fucking role model. All I'm saying is the level of ignorance and the level of hypocrisy from these anti-Gamba fucking streamers. These streamers that somehow pretend like the Gamba thing is such a big deal. But sexual harassment, nah, fuck it. You guys are just trying to deflect. Cam girls and fucking titty streamers, nah, fuck that. You know, we'll just say, oh, we don't like it. And then we'll continue dating the girls that's fucking titty streamers on Twitch and inviting them to all of our parties and all the rest of it, right? Because hey, you know, as long as I say every once in a while I'm against titty streamers, it's not that bad. Fuck the gambling guys, by the way. And I'll also live an incredibly unhealthy lifestyle that I sell to young kids as being the premier way to live your life. But of course, I'm not principled in my dislike of anything. I just dislike whatever I don't like because I can't make money through this. I'm jealous of the fact that Train is making $100 million a fucking year based on sponsorships from gambling sites, and so I don't like this. I want to be clear. I'm not standing up for Train. I'm not standing against anyone. Personally, I don't give a fuck. If you ask me in a perfect world, gambling will be banned, titty streamers will be banned, and, you know, the rest of it, you kind of have to make up as you go along. That would be my perfect world. Ban both gambling, ban titty streamers, and get fucked. Or allow both gambling, allow titty streamers, and let people decide for themselves what is good for them. But I need to see some kind of principled approach here, because it doesn't appear as if we're holding principles to anything. It seems like we're deciding on a whim what we like and what we don't like, and that becomes fucking dangerous, in my opinion. Because it's not a far cry away from banning people you don't like because they happen to say something you don't agree with. It's not a far cry from that. Because if we can all just decide what we like and what we don't like, well, who the fuck knows what the rules are then? Twitch is supposed to be a gaming lifestyle platform. Porn, gambling, and sports betting can afford their own platforms. MMO, Twitch haven't been for a really long time a gaming platform. Twitch have made that very clear. They didn't make enough money by being a gaming platform. That's why they brought in IRL section. That's why they've brought in so many other sections. They don't give a fuck about gaming. There's not enough money for them to make money on gaming. Now, for those whom were streaming gambling, aren't they 18 plus? So explain the children there, like the parent is the asshole there. But Mara, I agree with you on that. I 100% agree with you. They're supposed to just have a credit card check on Twitch to watch Stop the Kids. Dude, I don't think it's Twitch's job to defend children. I think it's up to parents. If your child is on the internet watching things that he shouldn't be watching, he or she shouldn't be watching, then I think it's you as a parent that are failing. We can't keep everyone safe. That's impossible. Because if your kid isn't getting the bad stuff on Twitch, your kid can get it literally anywhere else, right? There are a million places for your child to find the bad things. As a parent, it's your job to keep your child safe. So put parental controls in place. Block access to computers when you're not at home, whatever the fucking case is. But it's your job. It's your responsibility. And I don't like the fact that all of these streamers are getting outraged on behalf of the kids when the things that they do is just as fucking bad. Like, they're no saints. And yet they don't apply these principles equally to everything. The principles get applied to whatever is comfortable. Yeah, for who grew up with LimeWire, we should know what can happen. Yeah. I mean, LimeWire was the shit back in the day. This all happened when Tumblr banned porn. Completely different subject. Have you heard about the game Metal Hellslinger? It came out this week. It is a rhythm shooter. I've heard about it, but it doesn't seem like my kind of game. But I have heard of it. Pokimane is pretty much a porn streamer. I wouldn't say that. Pokimane is actually one of the few that I would say isn't a porn streamer. I haven't seen Pokimane ever doing things like this. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a massive fan of Pokimane, but she doesn't, at least in that regard, I can't really agree with that. Caleb, how you doing, bro? Depends who you ask. I think there's a number of people that read 1984 and didn't see it as a warning, but rather as something to strive for. Genuinely, that's my takeaway. Having worked in the gambling industry in my 20s, for me, it's a matter of taste. Twitch was a safe haven for geek culture, and now it's degenerating to tits, money, and porn. It's an normie invasion, yet again. Look, that's a part of the debate that I don't really care to have at the moment, because we're never going to be able to change that, right? Twitch is going to be what it is. I think Twitch is about to die. I think Twitch is about to get its ass handed to him by YouTube. I do think that YouTube is the future of streaming. It might not look like it now, but the fact of the matter is there's more going on with Twitch than just this, right? This isn't the only bit of drama that Twitch is involved in. Sure, you know, there's a bunch of fucking unprincipled pieces of shit streamers on the platform that is sort of creating problems because they can't be part of the solution, or they can't be part of the problem, so now it becomes a problem for them. But that's just one part of the problem. Then you have the Twitch streamers that are actually terrible fucking people that pretend to be good people, but then, you know, cover up sexual assault and shit like this, allegedly. So you have that side of it. But then you also have the platform, right? Twitch as a whole. And Twitch as a whole, yeah. I mean, I'll give you guys. Let me explain what I mean by this. Let me explain what I mean by this. Where's that fucking post? Here we go. All right, so this is from Twitch themselves. A letter from Twitch President Dan Clancy on subscription revenue shares. The first part of this, I don't give two fucks about, because all it says is that, you know, a lot of the partners that used to get 70-30 splits, doesn't matter, right? They're going to remove that. You're not going to be able to get the 70-30 split anymore. Everyone's going down to 50-50, which I think is one of the biggest mistakes they could have made. The right response here would have been to put everyone on a 70-30 split, but Twitch have not figured out how this works yet. And you'll understand in a minute why. Okay, so for subscriptions, we use baseline revenue share of 50-50. As we reflect on how we handled these premium deals, we realized a few problems. In an ideal world, all streamers would be on the same set of terms, regardless of size. For these streamers still on the premium levels, for approximately 90% of streamers on standard agreements with premium subscriptions. Okay, so why not 70-30? When we first established, so here they basically just explain that it costs them too much money. They lose way too much money if they go for a 70-30 split. So it's not possible for them to do it. How does other platforms do it? How does YouTube do that, for example? Like, how does YouTube maintain a 70-30 split? Simple. Ads. Not on live streams, on their videos. YouTube doesn't give a fuck about membership. They don't care how many people sign up for memberships, because memberships is a cherry on top. If someone has enough members, YouTube will make a bit of money off of those members. But overall, for YouTube, the money comes from advertisers. So they don't give a shit about a 50... YouTube won't take a 50-50 split on memberships, because what would be the fucking point? But there's one part here that I sort of wanted to... When someone asks me why Twitch is the best place to make money as a streamer, my answer starts first and foremost with community. Community on Twitch is real and tangible. From chat memes to subscriber emotes to TwitchCon meetups, and yes, to how streamers earn money. That's partially because of our work to equip you with the right tools, but it's primarily because streamers like you are putting yourself out there, embracing what you're most passionate about, and building communities. Now remember this part, right? This is what they say is next. They don't really go into everything that is next. But here's the thing. Prime subs often get lost in the conversation. Lastly, we have to talk about the cost of our service. Delivering high-definition, low-latency, always available live video to nearly every corner of the world is expensive. Using the published rates from Amazon Web Services, Interactive Studios, $200 a month, $1,000 per month. That's what it costs them, right? And they have to make that money back somehow. Just want to see, where's that ad revenue discussion? It was in here somewhere. 9 streamers, it's a reality of our business, we will rare case. However, we have been reducing that. Where's the ad discussion? Because they go in here to say that you can make ads, so it's fine. Investments like these are paying off for streamers. Okay, so here you go. As you probably heard by now, we're in the middle of rolling out the largest change to payouts in years by cutting the payout threshold in half to $50. This is an important middle step that will help streamers put money in their pockets now, while getting us closer to our goal of same-day payouts and lower thresholds. Investments like these are paying off for streamers. Products like Prime subs, community gifting, Hype Train, and the ads incentive program, to name a few, have driven an increase of 27% more streamer revenue per viewer hour every year over the last 5 years. That's their problem. And this is the one thing that Twitch doesn't seem to fucking realize. Figured out he cost Twitch $150K per month on his second stream. I can believe that, right? Query, sadly, there is no dark mode for this. This is their problem. Ads incentive program. But right here, they say that the most important thing for them is community. So, chat, I'm going to ask you guys a straight-up question. What is the worst thing about Twitch for you recently? What is the thing that you hate most about Twitch in the last year, shall we say? That you didn't hate previously? Ads. So how can they say that the most important thing is community, but the very thing that they use to drive more money towards the community or towards the streamers and towards themselves is ads? When the thing that every single streamer complain about is fucking ads. Every viewer complains about fucking ads. Ads is the problem. You can't have ads. And I've said this a million times and I will keep fucking saying it. They don't need those ads on live streams. This is why YouTube is going to kill this fucking platform. YouTube is going to destroy Twitch. Why? Firstly, a YouTube membership is 70-30 for everyone. It's what it starts off. Like, it starts at 70-30. Whether you have 1 viewer or 100 viewers, if someone subs to you or becomes a member of your channel, you get 70% of that money from that person. Bang, on target, no fucking discussions. 70-30. That's their split. Okay? You're not forced to run ads on YouTube streams. You can literally turn off ads on YouTube streams. That means no pre-rolls. That means no mid-rolls. That means no interruptible or uninterruptible or skippable or unskippable ads. It means nothing. Zero. You get in, you watch the stream, you have your fun, and you leave afterwards. Now, YouTube does lack in a number of other areas. There are places where YouTube is still very far behind, like the fact that all live streams are sort of part of the video concept. So there's no real good place for streaming content. There's no real good community for streamers. Twitch has none of that. The only thing Twitch have right now on YouTube is the fact that Twitch is contained within its own bubble. When you come to Twitch, you come to Twitch to watch streams. You don't come to watch VODs. You don't come to watch videos. You come for the stream. Do you think that is enough to keep Twitch on top? Captain Cadillac, how you doing, bro? Andy, how you doing? Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Jerks? Do you think if the big guns move over as a response to Twitch and all this BS lately, would the community move with them, or would people stay out of habit? So, I think some people will obviously stay out of habit. There are a number of people that prefer Twitch to YouTube and that won't leave Twitch for YouTube. But that's only true because right now, let's say, for example, I announce tomorrow that I'm moving to YouTube. I'm going to start streaming on YouTube. Okay? Some of you will follow. I already know who will follow as well because I know who have followed in the past. Whenever I do a stream on YouTube, some of you guys are in that stream too. So some of you are literally at the stream because I stream here. You don't give a fuck about where I stream as long as I fucking stream, right? There's no dedicated space for streamers for YouTube. Rasta, very true, but that is hopefully going to change. Hopefully at some point YouTube will wake up and realize they need a dedicated place where people can discover streamers, and it should be a layout that people are familiar with. Hopefully they realize that at some point, right? Because they used to have YouTube gaming. The problem was just they never told anyone about it. But okay, so the majority of you, though, will probably stay on Twitch. Because, yes, you can't watch me on Twitch anymore, but you can still watch Asmongold, you can still watch this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy. You have a couple of viewers, streamers that you watch. But now imagine if Asmongold, Soda Poppin', XQC, Trainwrecks, fucking Pokimane and Hassan all left Twitch and went to YouTube. All of them gone. They're now on YouTube. Suddenly the streamers that you came to Twitch for are no longer on the platform. They're no longer streaming here. So you're now in a bit of a bind, right? Because you do like Twitch more than you like YouTube, but all of your favorite streamers, or at least a lot of your favorite streamers, are on fucking YouTube now. So either you're going to stay on Twitch and you're going to have to discover new favorite streamers, which all of you know with the ads program isn't easy, because you're going to have to sit through a lot of ads in order to figure out like who's a good streamer and who isn't. So that's sort of problem number one that right now doesn't seem to have a fix. And it is a risk for Twitch, because I do believe it's not going to be enough for like 1 or 2 people to leave. But if we had like a massive migration of large scale streamers moving over to YouTube, I think we could see a massive faltering. I do think we could see that. Yes. Given time, the power shift will change between Twitch and YouTube some point of time. And who knows, a new third contender would rise up. I don't think there's ever going to be another contender. The 3 main contenders right now is Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook gaming. I think that's going to remain. I don't see that changing. Having a streaming platform is incredibly expensive. If you don't have the back-end service that Amazon and YouTube and Facebook have, it's not possible for you to do it. And the thing that Facebook and YouTube have over Twitch is that both of them have a dedicated ad platform that isn't reliant on live streams. Like, they don't give a fuck about ads being played on live streams because they make their ads somewhere else. Twitch is the only major streaming platform that requires ads on live stream in order for people to watch, and ads on live streams that makes no sense. Imagine ads being played on the stream right now whilst we're having this conversation. For 3 minutes, you miss all of the points I make. So by the time you come back, you've missed the whole discussion. Or you've missed enough that you feel lost. You feel lost. You don't entirely know what everyone is talking about because, well, you were sitting for 3 minutes watching fucking ads. And I do want to say, YouTube is showing its teeth, bro. YouTube is showing that it's got some fucking teeth. Look at someone like Destiny. Destiny got banned on Twitch, moved to YouTube, and when I've been watching Destiny for quite a long time now. I remember when he first started on YouTube, he had somewhere about 3,000. anywhere from 3,000 to 6,000 viewers in his chat. 6,000 when it was like a really big day and he was dealing with some massive drama stuff, but mostly between 3,000 and 4,000 viewers. He's now up to almost constantly 9,000 to 10,000 viewers on his stream in a very short amount of time. And as you can see there, he's got 52k people watching him right now, right? So I think slowly but surely, viewers and members of YouTube is starting to realize that, hey, this ain't too bad. Like, there is actually a streaming platform here that isn't too horrible. Ghost Freak, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To think, if it wasn't for YouTube, I would have never been on Twitch. I never knew about Twitch if it wasn't for it being talked about on those videos on YouTube. True. Most people know about Twitch purely because streamers talk about it on YouTube. I think that Hassan dude also has decided to move away or something like that. I don't think Hassan would move to YouTube. Not right now, anyways. Kale, I was just sort of annoyed with my hair and I didn't know what to do with it, so I just decided to cut it all off and start over. Emotes have connotations. If YouTube gets emotes, hype trains, etc., correct, it's a big step towards competing with Twitch. Well, they do have emotes, and the emotes do work already. But yeah, the only thing that YouTube lacks right now is a dedicated space for streams. Because right now, the culture of streaming on YouTube is sort of muddied because it's mixed with the culture of videos. Because you get them in the same place. And that's not always a good thing. Because while, yes, you can discover streams when people are live and you're searching for something that they might be streaming at the time, so discoverability goes a little bit up. The issue is when I'm in the mood to watch a video, I don't really give a fuck about the live. So there's that cultural thing that doesn't really come through. YouTube absolutely has to make a new page where all streams are hosted, dedicated to streams and streamers. I think that's the moment. If YouTube does that, I think that's the catalyst that breaks Twitch. That's the catalyst that leads to the end of Twitch. You're about to do what, Kale? Shave off your hair. Ability is up. The problem is that people looking for just videos wander into streams. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, because you're looking for something. The problem is just that what you're looking for and what you're being served with isn't the same. And, I mean, to be fair, we know that most of us prefer, streaming is fragile. It's a fragile ecosystem. You can't fuck with it too much before you start ruining it. Ghost Freak, I don't know if the crisis is really the beginning of the end. Because so far, it doesn't seem like Twitch have really been pulled into the crisis. The crisis seems more about streamers on Twitch, sure. But, I mean, anyone that still believes that the streamers on Twitch are good people are fucking high. Would like to watch more, but Ishkan was about to knock on my door. Weapon, fuck. Sorry, bro. I know the feels, man. I know the fucking feels. Good luck with the load shedding, brother. Yeah, I mean, shorts work. You now have gifted subs or memberships that you can do on YouTube. You have super chat that you can do on YouTube, which is really cool. There's so many ways that YouTube is already very much competing. They just need to figure it out. Sorry, I was just checking here. Bigger guns instead of getting better aim. Streamers are good people. Laughs at a son flipping off and I think the death of the Queen of England. Dude, I tell you now. Well, actually, the thing about Hassan, the reason why I don't actually include Hassan in the argument streamers are good people, Hassan is a bad person on stream and off. Like, Hassan doesn't pretend to be a... Like, the only thing Hassan pretends to be is a communist, right? Like, Hassan pretends to be a communist because all the communists are too fucking stupid to realize that he's a capitalist stealing all their money. He pretends to be a communist, but he doesn't pretend to be a good guy. He's a fucking bad guy on and off stream, right? The people that I'm referring to are the people that most people think are really nice. I have now spoken to enough streamers behind the scenes to tell you the majority of your favorite streamers are fucking cunts in real life. Absolute cunts in real life. The prime example? Yeah, of course. It's so funny how offended British got about Irish people not caring about the Queen. I think Hassan is a current example of Tuple, I think. Dude, I think there's a lot of people doing weird shit. No, I think if you didn't like it, like if you didn't mind the Queen's death, I'll be honest, for me, it had no meaning. The Queen isn't my queen. I know very little about the Queen. So I don't really, I didn't really give a shit. But I don't hate the Queen. And I will never say anything disrespectful to the Queen or to England during this time. It's their monarch that died, prayers and thoughts, right? That's it. But I'm not going to say any derogatory fucking disrespectful shit because there's a nation that's grieving. It would be the same as 9/11 happening and suddenly you're shitting on America. Not the fucking time, right? Not the time. Know your place. That's not okay. That's my view on it. Don't forget that there are different types of communists. Dude, there are, in my opinion, there's only two types of communists. There's the ones that are capitalist when no one's watching, and then there's the poor fucks who don't know how to make money, and so they want to become communists so they can take other people's money, and then once they've taken other people's money, they will too become capitalists when no one's watching. That's the only two real communists out there. It's those that want money, can't get it, so they'll take other people's money, or those that already have it and is stealing it from people that don't have it and would like to take other people's money. He said, the diet had nothing to do with foreign policy. What? But at the same time, you can't expect others to do the same, considering how many countries have suffered because of the royal family. Ghost Freak, I don't know if I agree with that. Because your point is that England had an empire, and therefore a lot of nations served under England as an empire, right? But that shit's been true literally since the start of humanity. At some point, England was conquered by other nations, right? So England suffered too. Under other nations, and then they became stronger and they became a nation that could fucking control everyone, right? And then they got conquered again because that's the nature of that's the nature of things, right? The strongest survive. That's human history. It's been that way for all of human history, and I'm sure if you go into India's history, you will find that there were tribes in India that conquered the other fucking tribes, and then they got conquered again by other tribes, and these people were this and that, and so on and so forth. To me, it's human nature. And if we're going to start saying, well, all the conquerors should pay all the people that were conquered, we're going to end at a net zero. Because almost at some point, every nation is going to have to pay someone for the conquering of someone else. It's almost guaranteed gonna fucking happen. Is the one who assembled the empire you're angry about? So something on it. Didn't really pay attention as I don't like the guy. Queen is bad or deserves that. No, I think you can be at a place where you don't like the queen. That's fine. But then you're just a decent person when you say, well, on this day, I'll put my dislike aside, you know, because this is the day she's dead. The nation's mourning. It's fine. Even in England, there are people that don't like the queen. So, you know. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Or they want to. I'm sure they will. Squee, what comparison are you talking about? I think there's way too many people that put way too much effort into their own nations. Like, my country is a fucking hellhole. I don't live under any sort of belief that my country isn't a hellhole. And I don't think there's anything special about my country. I don't think people should be that fucking in love with their countries either. Just common decency, really. Talking about decency to degenerates feels a bit weird, though. True. I was talking about Godfrey comparing the Queen to Hitler. I don't think he was comparing the Queen to Hitler, just to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. He was more so saying, in his view, given the history of his country, you know, the Queen is sort of to them as what Hitler was to the rest of the world, right? That's probably more so the comparison that he was making. I don't think it was a straight up comparison, like, oh yeah, the Queen is literally Hitler. It's wrong either way, right? Because, you know, it is wrong. But I mean, my nation went through this too. My forefathers were put in concentration camps and many of them killed due to the actions of the UK. It doesn't mean I blame the UK for that shit. It was a different time, a different era. People were brutal, you know? And I don't think people are less brutal today. I think we do a good job of hiding our brutality these days. But I think if enough things happened in the right way, that brutality would make its way back fast. Like, super fast. That mentality would make its way back. Yeah, if you're gonna blame anyone, you have to blame the people of the time for the shit that they did. And I'm pretty sure most people would agree with that. Like, very few people look back at the history of their countries with pride. Very few people. Because every single country in the world have some kind of skeleton in their closet of things that they did that these days we judge incredibly harshly. The point is, these days, we judge these things now incredibly harshly. Doesn't mean that it's not an apples to apples comparison to say, yeah, if it's evil today, it was evil back then too. Not quite the same thing. I have something much more fun to discuss, chat. I don't want to fucking talk about this anymore. It's annoying and it's not degenerate enough. I want to get into the really juicy things, right? I want to talk about the really disturbing shit on Twitch. Boys, I have something for all of you. Something that, I don't know, words cannot describe the levels of miraculous content that I'm about to reveal to all of you. Like, guys, there's quality and then there's quality. Now, what I'm about to show you is another streamer on the platform that is what I would consider quality content. Like, as soon as I show you this clip, guys, you're gonna be like, fuck it, I'm done watching Akalon. It's time to go for the better content. This girl's entertaining. She's fucking quick-witted. She's fast. She entertains. It is just glorious. And I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you guys. I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you guys. So here goes. Now, I'm just going to show you guys the clip and then we'll get into what exactly the fuck is going on here, because most of you will be forgiven for not understanding. Now, just, guys, brace yourselves. The level of entertainment you're about to experience might be too much for you. So if you're at work, now would be the time to put your headphones on and also cover your mouth so that you don't lose it, because it's super entertaining, this.
Don't be a pussy. You be first. Come on, let's go. Come on, Harge. Don't be poor.
Don't be poor, though.
$1. Guess what? I'm literally getting 60 cents. Okay, you don't sub right now. 3, 2, 1, you're getting banned.
Content, boys. Fucking content.
10, 9, 8.
I'm confused. Didn't she say, like, if he doesn't sub in 3 seconds, he'll be banned? Anyways, you know, maybe she decided to be merciful. I'm showing you guys this because it's genuinely just peak content. This is the kind of content that I think all of us come to Twitch for. Like, who doesn't want to come to a stream where the entire conversation is, give me money. Give me money. Give me money now. That's it. That is the level of entertainment that we have stooped to. The problem, of course, is there are people, men specifically, that live for this shit. This girl got $100 at least from someone for this shit. $100 at the least for this kind of content. It is a fucking problem, boys. It is a massive issue as far as I'm concerned. Because, dude, the fact that a girl like this even calls herself a content creator bothers the fuck out of me. Now, it is apparently called financial domination streams. And I want to be clear. If you're a guy, because I don't blame this girl. As I said on Twitter, I don't blame the girl. The girl has no talent. She is clearly not very intelligent. This is about as good as it's ever going to get for her. This is about what she can do. You have to fucking, you know, shake what you've got at the end of the day. Who I blame are the men. Men that are so fucking pathetic that a girl who speaks to them in this way is worthy of their money. Like, they need to be fucking dominated by some girl, forcing them to give her money. Dude, no wonder the world is as fucked as it is. Because men seems to have taken a vacation at some point and have lost the ability to do anything of value. It's genuinely no wonder to me that so many women don't like men anymore. There's Faye the Pally, there's a difference here. If this is the kind of thing that you're into in the bedroom with your wife or your girlfriend, behind closed doors, you want to be dominated, go for it, right? I'm not going to judge that. It's your kink, it's your life. But this is public. This is a public platform where you don't even have a relationship with this girl. There's no relationship. It's literally this girl demeaning you, asking you for fucking money, and you throwing out money towards her. Now, I'm going to ask all of you. Is this better than fucking gambling? We've banned gambling because it's bad for children. But somehow this shit is okay. Somehow it's okay. This girl can do this and children can fucking watch her. Children can fucking watch this shit. That's okay. But no, we can't have the gambling stuff. Like, oh, you know, God forbid the children should see a bit of slot machining. That would be miserable. Yeah, this is fucking Twitch, by the way. This is on Twitch. Apparently, this shit is okay. A lot of money. Oh, screw him. I barely spend money on myself. Got to save for the millennial pipe dream of owning a house. Dude. Big Oraculum, this is how Jeremy Hambley got cancelled by pointing out the same phenomena in Magic the Gathering. Oh, I don't give a fuck about being cancelled, bro. They can come at me. Blasphemous Grow, thanks for the deal on subject. 14 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. I'm starting to think I might be a degenerate. I'm pretty much convinced you're a degenerate fuckbag, but it's okay, dude. I love you. No, things like this really just piss me off, man. I can't help myself. It's not supposed to work. It's not supposed to happen. And it just speaks to the corruption of the fucking system. The entire thing is so utterly fucking corrupt that it kind of makes me lose faith sometimes. Because it genuinely feels as if we're fighting a losing battle. That's what it feels like. Royal J, how you doing, brother? Because it just seems to be getting worse. It doesn't seem like anyone is making any attempt to make things better. It just seems to be getting worse every fucking day. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you guys. My annoyance levels are through the fucking roof with this shit. Oof. Dude, what? Wow. Okay, it seems like LSF is now coming at everyone. It seems like everyone is getting fucked now. I'm still not sure if I'm allowed to watch Destiny's clips or not. Because I've seen some fucking streamers watching Destiny's clips. I've seen others not doing it. So I'm not sure if I'm allowed to fucking watch it. The Bald Mofo, Mans, how you doing, brother? So that was an S stream after all? Yeah, I'm guessing. The fucking problem is, right? The girl is cute. I understand why a lot of guys would want to look at her. She's not ugly. She is cute. But she has no personality. And correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're going to sit there for 2, 3, 4 hours and watch someone stream, isn't a personality kind of important? No one in this world, so far as I know, has ever lost money by underestimating the intelligence of the great masses of plain people. Early 1900s, nothing's changed, but we've hit internet scale. Doc Savage, true. Very fucking true. Alderson, that's very true as well. Oh, wait, this is huge. Hold up. This is kind of big. Mitch confirms Ms. Saint Mitch and Maya to downplay the essay. Is this bullshit or is this real?
IQ, bro.
Yeah.
But,
all right.
I mean, dude, like, someone asked the question in the chat, and I think, like, if you want to get your truth out, and I can't fucking lead you, bro.
Okay,
so
you just need to ask me the question, and I will answer it.
Okay, give the chat a yes or no
So, from what I understand, Mitch is one of the people that is allegedly or was allegedly sent by Miskiv to Adriana's house to convince her not to reveal the sexual assault, right? Or sexual harassment in this regard. So it was Mitch and Maya that was sent to Adriana's house to sort of hide the shit, as it were. Now, this is apparently the Mitch guy. And he's effectively, I think, trying to save himself here.
half IQ, bro.
Yeah.
But,
all right.
I mean, dude, like, someone asked the question in the chat, and I think like if you want to get your truth out, and I can't fucking lead you, bro.
Okay,
So I can't,
well, you just need to tell me, ask me the question, and I will answer it.
Okay, give the chat a yes or no a yes or no answer. Did Miz explicitly give direction to you and Maya and fucking whoever the fuck else was in that room to go to Adriana's house and to quote unquote downplay the situation or find a way to save Slick's ass? Yes or no?
The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
So what about the whole hiding it or trying to push it under the rug? Abyss, Octopus, you bastard, with the tier 1 sub, 3 months, part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are we still in denial here? Are we still living in this world of, oh, Miz did nothing wrong. This was Maya. It was all Maya, you know, Miz didn't do this? Are we actually still going to play that fucking game?
Okay. That's the fucking sauce right there, bro.
And it's just like that.
Bro, leave it up to, like, this is the thing, right? No one on Twitch is actually your friend, and you have to fucking know that. And that's the problem, I think, that a lot of these streamers don't seem to understand. If it becomes, like, most of these people are fucking sociopaths, bro. If it becomes a me or him situation, the vast majority of streamers will choose him, right? He's gonna go like, yeah, okay, I have to fucking cover myself here. Mitch is now under fire, right? Mitch has come under fire because he is being blamed as one of the people that went to Adriana to tell her to downplay the sexual assault. So people are attacking him now because he was ultimately involved in this. And there's no way of denying it because there are receipts for this. Up until now, this is pretty big, Aki, because up until now, the OTK crowd, as I call them, have basically been hiding behind the Miz did nothing wrong. So they've basically been saying, no, actually, Maya and Mitch decided to go to her to sort of smooth things over, right? And then after speaking to her for a bit, they realized, oh, it's not actually so serious. And so they sort of just helped her out. So that's the way that they've been playing it up until now. Up until now, Maya, everyone, have basically been saying, you know, she made accusations, or not her, Nova is the girl that made the accusations. We then found out that it was Adriana that this happened to. We went to her house, or we went to her, we found out, she explained everything to us, and we were, oh, okay, it's not as bad as you're making it out to be. And they just gave her a couple of pointers to navigate this. They also made it clear, or they kind of said that Adriana at the time didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so that's why they helped her. Everyone, or at least Trainwrecks and XQC, kept saying that no, Miz instructed them to get her to downplay the fucking shit. Miz told them, get her to downplay the sexual assault because I don't want to lose my friend. This is my friend. I don't want to kick my friend out of my house. So just get her to fucking drop this shit. Everyone's been denying that. They've all been saying no. Mitch is now coming out and saying, yeah, Miz asked me to go there and downplay the sexual assault allegations. Because Mitch probably realizes now it is no longer in his fucking best interest to stick with the lie. Nobody has confirmed that. Confirmed what? Having everyone involved speak on this live on air is great for investigators if it ever goes to court. Also, how did they discuss that those two would be the ones to talk to her after? So I think Mitch and Maya were there when it happened. They all found out about it together. And so Miskiv, obviously Miskiv can't go there, right? Miskiv can't go to Adriana because that would look really bad. He's Crazy Slick's friend. So he sent Maya and Mitch to do it on his behalf. That's at least what Mitch is claiming now. Is this true? Don't fucking know. Like, there's no way of knowing. Oh, Blizzard, they were saying to downplay sexual harassment. Nobody knew it was, they say. The problem with the SA thing is I don't even believe that it's sexual assault yet. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think it is. From this clip, Mitch saying he resents Miz and wants him to fail. I'm not taking the smoking gun when someone has an agenda. Have you ever asked yourself, Abaddon, why he might resent Miskiv? Because they were friends once. It might be that Miskiv have done stuff to him similar to what they've done to Adriana. I won't be so fast or so quick to throw my loyalty behind anyone. Like, from the beginning of the stream, you've made it very clear you are loyal to OTK. You're gonna get your ass handed to you. Because I can tell you now, this is gonna be a rough time for OTK. This is gonna be a rough time. Nothing at this point is blowing their fucking way. Like, nothing. I would not be as quick to throw my loyalty anywhere. If you want, be like me. I don't give a fuck. I just like watching the world burn. Like, I couldn't give two fucks. Right? Whether it turns out that OTK is completely innocent, they did nothing, or whether it turns out that Miskiv himself was involved in the fucking essay, I don't give a shit. I just want to watch the world burn. Like, if you want to be like that, that's fine. But you've picked a side, and I fear your side is gonna fuck you. As of now, it's still he said, she said, since Miz denied Mitch in the call. Yeah, we'll see though, because I think it's gonna turn fast. It's really unlucky with timing, joining Horgs. My loyalty is for the Juicer Lord, but he is terrible most of the time. I just want some proof before we start burning people at the stake. No one said anyone's being burnt at the fucking stake. You know what this is? Apocalypse, because you haven't been part of the drama, bro. Where are we on the alignment system? Chaotic neutral? Yeah, I would say chaotic neutral is probably a good place to be, actually. I just want to see the world burn. I don't give a fuck who's right and who's wrong. I couldn't give two shit. At the end of the day, so far, my gut tells me that my gut tells me that Trainwrecks, Adriana, and XQC are correct. That's what my gut tells me, because I've listened to most of the drama, I've listened to most of the bullshit, and Miskiv's side seems incredibly untrustworthy. It just feels like they're bringing in all the big guns. Like, they're bringing in all the fucking big guns. When XQC jumped on a call with Hassan, Pokimane fucking joins. Why? Because Pokimane is like PR fucking max level. If you have a PR disaster, you get Pokimane in. Because Pokimane understands how to do the PR shit. Like, she just knows how to make it seem like it's not as big of a fucking deal. They're throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at this issue. Mission is also only useful in court. My gut tells me this event was serious enough that people had to panic to cover it up. Agree, Miz is in the wrong, big time, but not as bad as it seems right now. Look, at the end of the day, I don't even think, because like I said, I don't think that this is sexual assault. There's a massive difference between sexual harassment and sexual assault. I don't think this is sexual assault, because even based on the things that Adriana explained, I don't think it crosses the boundary into sexual assault. Sexual harassment, maybe. One can even make the argument that it's just a drunk guy being a bit of a cunt, right? Like, being drunk and doing stupid shit. And what he should have done, the right way to deal with this, should have been to go to Adriana the next day and apologize to her for what he had done. Tell her, look, I was drunk. It was stupid. I'm really sorry. If you want to go on Twitter and you want to say shit and you want to speak about this, that's fine. I understand. I'm going to own up to it because I did make that mistake. I'm really sorry about it. And that's the end of it, right? That's the end of it. Most likely, Adriana would probably not even have gone to Twitter after that because she would have had the apology and, you know, things would have just continued. Because it's not like yes, he touched her boob a couple of times, but he didn't fucking undress her. He didn't touch her in any other way. That's what he did. It was a stupid thing to do. He shouldn't have done it. It could have been resolved if he was just a better man and owned up to the shit that he did. Of course, in saying that, I realized the paradox. He literally touched the girl that was passed out. He's not a better man, so he wouldn't have acted like a better man after the fact, right? The problem is that there is an active movement in the US that conflate SA and SH systematically and legally. That can probably happen. Ability really screwed him. Dude, so here's my reason for, if you do something like this, your best bet is honesty. It's absolutely your best bet. Because here's the thing. You're almost guaranteed going to get caught out at some point. If you lie, you're going to have to deal with the original consequences, plus then the fact that you're an asshole for lying about the thing that you did. So you didn't even want to accept accountability and responsibility for the shit that you did. So you're just making matters worse for yourself. Whereas if you just absolutely admit it and you go, yep, guys, I fucked up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this. It was a fucking bad move. And I would give Miskiv the exact same advice right now. There's two ways to play this. If, of course, Miskiv is guilty. There's two ways to play this. Number one is you keep denying no matter what. Even if the fucking phone call comes out. And on the phone call, you tell them, listen here, I don't care what you do. Even if you have to kill this bitch, you get her to shut the fuck up, right? Even then, you go, that's deep fake. That's not me. They fucking manufactured that shit. I never made that call. I don't even own a phone, right? That's what you do. So you deny as if your fucking life depends on it. Very few people are going to believe you, but at least you're going to continue denying, right? Or you just come out and you admit it. You admit, you know what, guys? At the time, Crazy Slick was my best friend. These things happened. I thought I could change him. I thought I could get him to be better. And I didn't want to see his life ruined. So, yes, I sent Maya and Mitch to talk to Adriana to get her to fucking shut up, to not make a big deal out of this. I should not have done that. In hindsight, I realized that what I did was wrong. And I'm really fucking sorry for that, guys. And I will throw myself at your mercy. That's probably the best way to have handled it. Probably. Gilgamesh, how you doing, brother? Dude, all of this shit is from Destiny. I don't know if I'm allowed to watch Destiny. Was it a nice titty? Yeah, she's not bad. Apocalypse, she's kind of nice. She's kind of hot. Yeah. Yeah, I think Crazy Slick is done. Like, I think Crazy Slick is done. Ooh, here we go.
Wait, that's
Right,
the
and I just want to make sure that everyone knows the exact words that Ms. Like, I feel like I should clarify the exact words that Ms. said. Like, again, because people can make their own interpretation of that, correct?
Clarify it. What were the exact words that were said?
The exact words that were said were like, Maya, you are Maya Higa. You know who you are. You're a woman. She'll listen to you. Not like maybe listen's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. She, like, does that make any sense? Those were along the lines. And then he looked at me and he was like, Mitch.
Wait a second. He said the exact words and then he goes, those were along the lines. Dude, go write some exact words and they give us the exact words that was said. They're not along the lines bullshit. Or just say, I'll give you guys the gist. I can't remember the exact words, but the exact words and then these were along the lines. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's a liar. I'm not saying that's a lie at all. I'm just saying it's strange. I want to hear what Emeru has to say about this.
I feel like no one else is saying it. A lot of the streamers involved in this, I don't believe that you care about what happens to girls on this platform at all.
Why is she crying? What happened to her? Yeah, those were his exact words, Your Honor. Kind of like his exact words. Like, very close, Your Honor, actually. Actually, you know what, Your Honor? It's in the same avenue as the exact words that he used. Actually, it's the same suburb, not necessarily the same street, but in the same suburb of what he said. Like, it was kind of like that. He kind of said something like this. Like, look, I'm going to be honest with you. This seems fake as fuck to me. Like, this just seems like she's making a big deal. I'm not seeing tears. It doesn't seem like this is something that she should be crying over at fucking all. Like, God honest truth, I do not think that she should be crying over this. This is a girl that, you know, had her titties grabbed, came out and sort of spoke up, and Miskiv might be in trouble because he fucking tried to cover it up. I don't see how this is a sad moment if you're not actively involved. This is why I asked, why is she crying? Because if it turns out that, you know, she went through something similar, fuck yeah. I understand why she's crying. But this doesn't seem like, because all I'm getting from this so far, fuck it. Let's just listen to it, and then I'll give you my thoughts.
But I feel like no one else is saying it. A lot of the streamers involved in this, I don't believe that you care about what happens to girls on this platform at all. It makes me sick that it only comes out when it seems like it's the right time for you.
The fuck are you talking about? It only comes out when it seems like it's the right time for you. We already have the receipts. Trainwreck's fucking spoke about this. He showed it. It was Adriana that came to him and told him, I think I'm ready to have this come out. I think I'm ready to speak about what exactly fucking happened. Up until this point, Trainwreck wasn't allowed to say anything because Adriana wasn't ready to say anything. And it just, at least according to them, it coincided with everyone fucking making a big deal with gambling again. But according to Trainwrecks, at least, they've been making a big deal of gambling for the last year and a half. They've been fucking attacking him over and over again for gambling. The reason he could never bring up Miskiv's bullshit is because Adriana said, no, I do not want anyone to know yet. I'm not ready. The fact of the matter is, I don't know what the fuck. Emeru is a girl. She should understand this. If you got sexually assaulted, it is no one else's right to fucking speak about it. Am I crazy, chat? Am I fucking losing it? Is there something I'm missing? Like, am I allowed to just say something like that? Am I allowed to just come out and be like, oh yeah, she got fucking sexually assaulted right in the fucking asshole. I watched it happen. Is that my place to say that if I'm not involved? Because I'm fairly certain that something like that is up to the fucking person that it happened to. And if they don't want it to come out, then you can't fucking do anything. But they all seem to be pretending. Like Hassan did the fucking same thing 2 days ago. Where he's like, yeah, they waited for the opportune moment to fucking leak it. If they knew, why didn't they say something sooner? And it's, well, because it wasn't their story to fucking tell. It wasn't their story to tell. Be involved? Yeah, but, you know, in this instance, they didn't watch it happen, but they knew because she told them that it happened to her. In terms of decency, you have to keep it private. You don't have a choice, right? You don't have a choice. You can't say anything. It's not your job to say anything. To blame the victims, then confront the truth. True. As soon as Maidavale takes, it's all fucking true. Her close friend was a woman abuser and they kept it from her? Dude, yeah, but that's apparently not the problem she has. She doesn't have a problem with the fact that her close friend abuses women. She has a problem with the people that finally spoke up about the abuse of her close friend to women. As Emeru was close to Crazy Slick and feels betrayed by him because she moved state to escape a stalker and moved into Miskiv's house, right into where Crazy Slick were, and he was a creep and she feels very emotional about it. But then say that. Then fucking say that. And that maybe fucking explains why she's crying. So thank you so much for clarifying that. And I am sorry for being a dick and a cunt about that. Because I can actually understand now why you're crying. This is why I asked you guys, why is she crying? Because it doesn't seem like a crying matter. But if she actually went through this exact same thing, I can fucking understand why she's crying.
When it seems like it's the right time for you. No one expects you to platform and support every single victim. There's just too many. I'm not saying that, but a lot of the things I've seen just make me sick.
Yeah, so I know it's a small clip, but that's why I always ask for clarification from the degenerates. Because if anyone's going to know, it's going to be you guys. That's why I ask for clarification, right? I act on the information that I have at the time. And like you just heard, I have no problem apologizing when I sort of accuse someone from something that I shouldn't have. I'm not egotistical enough that I'm like, no, I will not apologize. Fuck her, right? I understand why she's crying now. It actually fucking makes sense to me. I still don't understand why she's blaming Trainwrecks and XQC for revealing what had happened, even though Train didn't actually reveal shit, right? Train just accused Miskiv of covering something up. He never said Adriana's name. He never revealed who exactly he was trying to hide it from. All he said was, you are making a big deal of me gambling when you fucking cover up for sexual assault, right? Or sexual harassment. Yeah, the degenerates definitely have the good info. I trust you guys to bring me all the fucking juice. But all right. Juice is in chat. Yeah, I don't really know. I think it was just good. Just came out if Adriana was all right with it. He said it as a real threat, like the glass house part. Well, primero, yes. But, I mean, the reason he was saying it was because Adriana finally gave him permission to say it, right? And I still don't know if I'm allowed to watch Destiny's fucking clips. Because Destiny seems to be owning this shit right now. He seems to be all in the fucking know. Fuck. These Twitch streamers always leave a bad taste in my mouth. At one moment, someone is crying while telling an emotional story, and 1 month later, they're thanking their subs. Hello, Lee, how you doing? You can watch clips, content, you just can't watch streams. Thanks so much for the first time chat, really appreciate that. QC watches these clips all the time. Yeah, but XQC is like big brain fucking streamer, right? Twitch isn't necessarily gonna ban him. I don't know. Let's fucking do it. Fuck it. If I get banned on Twitch, we'll just go to YouTube. Fuck it. I don't really give a shit. It's how bad Destiny's been cancelled on Twitch. You can't even watch his clips. I don't know. I know you can't have Destiny on your channel. So I can't invite Destiny in, for example, to come watch some fucking streams with me. Or to react to something. That's not allowed. I don't know what the rules are around this. But I know that Twitch fucking hates Destiny. This I know for a fact. But hey, if they ban me, we just move to fucking YouTube and we start streaming there. Fuck it. As you see, it was just an example, but maybe he wasn't the best. No, I don't think it's fine. I'm going to trust you. If I get banned, I'm fucking moving in with you, right? Yeah, it worth the risk? Dude, I like Destiny shit. It's always funny as fuck.
I'm going to do one personal shout out that I don't normally do in times like these, just because I have an audience here right now. If you happen to be a member of Hassan's Discord and you ever feel like reporting this place for racism, for some reason they find it funny and hilarious to spam a whole bunch of racial slurs related to me in their Discord. If you happen to be a member in there, go ahead and report the server to Discord. I don't know if they would ban him or not, but I personally think that racism on the internet is super not cool. I know that Hassan was already banned one time from Twitch for being racist by using slurs against white people or other people. Just saying, I don't know why they think it's appropriate in a moderated Discord to be spamming slurs like crazy in there, especially some directed towards me and my nationality, or the nationality of my parents. You know.
Dude, I don't want to fucking, like, Jesus. If you still don't see the hypocrisy of Hassan with all the shit that comes out, it is fucking disgusting. I don't care who you're racist towards. You shouldn't be racist fucking period. You shouldn't be racist period. I don't understand why someone thinks, okay, but it's fine to be racist towards white people. It's not fine to be racist. But point blank, Because if you're gonna make the argument that it is fine to be racist to white people, then it's fine to be racist towards everyone. You can be racist towards black people, you can be racist towards Latin people, you can be racist to fucking everyone. Or we can agree as a human species that, hey, you know what? How about we leave people's race out of it? Because that's the one thing they can't fucking choose. We can't change that. It's immutable. It's a characteristic that we have no control over. Can you make fun of someone being fat? Of course you can, because they can lose the fucking weight. Can you make someone, can you make a thing out of someone being ugly? Not really. There's not much they can do about it. That's why we don't do it. Only dicks do that. That's why when you see someone fucking making fun of someone for an immutable thing, you usually feel bad for the person. Because you know that there's nothing that they can do about the thing that you're making fun of them for. Racism is a miserable fucking thing because you're literally attacking someone on something that has fuck all to do with their personality or their person. Like, the fact that you're white or black doesn't determine your worth, your value, your personhood, nothing, right? It determines nothing. It's a character fucking ristic. And yet, somehow that's okay for some people, but not allowed for other people. And I don't understand it, especially considering the fact that her son goes from being white to being Turkish or Middle Eastern or whatever the fuck, right? Depending on what suits him at the time. Because technically speaking, based on her son's own fucking account, he can't really say anything racist about white people because he's not white. It's like black people can use the N-word, but no one else can really use the N-word because they're not black. It's the same sort of thing. I can call myself this... I don't want to say it because Twitch actually banned someone for saying the word, so I'm not going to say it. But I could call myself a C, and that would be fine, right? But if you're not a white person, you can't use that slur. Go fuck yourself. Which I also think is a bit fucking stupid, right? Don't use the word point blank. Don't use the word. I don't even think black people should use the N-word. If you dislike the word that much, normalizing the use of that word isn't necessarily a good thing. I don't care about it enough, though, that I'm gonna make it a rule. People should be able to say whatever the fuck they feel they should or they want to say. What I don't like is when you pretend to be against racism, yet you're okay with being racist towards many people, just as long as it's not, according to you, the right people or whatever. Characters, what depends if I like you or not. Primera, I'm exactly the fucking same. Train and Asmon agree. Ooh, this could be spicy. Hold up. Hold the phone. What?
And said, "Oh yeah,
he went nuts on you." Yeah, I did not. I literally was staying quiet that whole time.
And whose
I
platform
just
was
like
that?
I don't know why y'all collab with them. Like they will at the second that you look bad, they will turn on.
Dude, can I please get this whole call? Like, can someone send me, is this the one? Is this the call that this happened in? Is this a leak call that Destiny's listening to? Dude, I really want to fucking hear this call. Is it available online, or did Destiny get his hands on the call? So based throughout the call? Well, Asmon is always fucking based. It's one of the reasons I like Asmon Gold, is because he's always fucking based. Okay, at minute, what does it start? What is available? It was leaked to him by Train and XQC's camp. Do we know when the call starts? Whereabouts does it start? So we can listen to this shit.
My dogs, it is funny and sad.
Funny and sad watching these guys analyze my stream. Like, I'm not just some chick who is unwillingly in proximity of this shit. I'm just trying to speak to my own community. Like, it's not my fault they jumped into my stream like rabid hyenas hoping for new information. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I didn't do shit. I said my truth and that's it. Dude, can I just say, I get a little annoyed whenever people say I said my truth. got the call from either Train or XQC. I think I still have the link open on my computer. Bro, give me the link, Lil Mac. Please give me that fucking link. So now the plot thickens. Dude, I wanna be part of the plot. But since it's through Destiny, you'd probably get banned if you listen to it too much. Fuck. Yeah, so we're not allowed to watch the VOD because... Fuck! Bro, why must Twitch be like this? Like, Twitch is just trying to keep us back. They're holding us back, bro. We can't get the juice because of Twitch and their fucking rules around Destiny. Like, god damn it. There's a whole call and we're not allowed to listen to it? Fuck. Bring over to YouTube. Fuck it, guys. Let's go to YouTube. I want to listen to the call. The whole thing is like 5 hours long too, and there was like another 2 hours of build up to it. Jesus, yeah, that's long. This is truth, and then there is perspective view, but that's not the truth. The truth is the truth. End of fucking discussion. You don't have my truth and their truth and your truth. Those are opinions. We call those opinions. My opinion on what is happening, or my viewpoint on what is happening, or my perspective on what is happening. But you can't have a truth. The truth is not individually fucking catered to every human being. That's not possible. There is either a truth or there is no truth. But there can't be all these individual truths. It gets fucking weird. Because what happens if both of us watch something, the same thing, and we walk away with two different truths? Who the fuck is then ever going to be able to decide what the truth is of what actually fucking transpired there? Your perspective of the situation, it's word salad meant to confuse. These guys are evil. True. Is my truth that you are wrong? Fuck you, I reject reality if ever I've known. My truth is that everyone else is wrong at all times. Suck it. Honestly, these past days, they've turned me into a full-on drama frog. The extremely serious subtext aside, this was probably the most entertaining shit ever. It had everything boiled down into a 4-hour session. I agree. Normally I stay away from drama, but the last few days have just been so juicy. And then load shedding means that I can't fucking partake in like half of it. I really wanted to be streaming for all these days because we would have been sitting here and watching drama, bro, all fucking day long. This is a flat earth cognitive dissonance stuff? Probably. Let's hear what Destiny's, the short clip from Destiny actually.
And said, "Oh yeah,
he went nuts on you." Yeah, I did not. I literally was staying quiet that whole time.
And whose
I
platform
just
was
like
it on?
I don't know why y'all collab with them. Like they will at the second that you look bad, they will turn on you.
No shit.
Oh.
That's what Pokey does. Pokey's one of the most corrupt figures on Twitch. The only problem is that
Wait, real
and said, "Oh yeah."
Bro, I agree with him. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I've heard enough things of how Pokey turns things on other people and how dangerous Pokemon can be on Twitch to know that that bitch should not be fucking trusted at all. Like, you do not trust that bitch. You just don't, because she will fuck you as soon as it becomes convenient for her to do so. She is a ruthless fucking businesswoman, and it's always funny to me that she too is a socialist, right? She cares about the people only insofar as the people doesn't get in her way. Yeah, It's a Gundam incident actually proves it perfectly. Grofile, how you doing, bro? You wish she'd fuck you? Jesus, bro, you don't wish that, because if she did have sex with you, as soon as it's convenient, you'll be accused of some shit, bro. She hasn't shown that. She should be a person to be trusted. Yep, you're right, Alpaca. Now people are arguing if the titty grab is SH or SA, and Akko's enjoying it. I fucking love this shit. That making Pokey sound based. Jesus. According to Barry, Maya was gaslighting Adriana the whole time. Wait, who the fuck's Barry?
Mitch there. Mitch was just acting like stupid Mitch the
His
whole
dumbass,
time.
yeah.
While he wasn't like, it was basically Maya gaslighting Adriana the whole time, basically saying, Are you sure this is what Slick did to you? You're pretty drunk. You wouldn't remember it. Are you sure? That doesn't sound something like Slick would do. We know Slick. Shit like that.
So let's
and
let's
then,
go
and
with
then
what you
one
just
more
said.
thing. One more thing. Mitch there.
Bro. Dude, that is just dude, I have said this before and I'll fucking say it again. The most evil people in the world are bad fucking women, dude. The way they turn on each other when it suits them is fucking disgusting. Like, a girl will sit there and tell you that, you know, women should stand together and, you know, women against the patriarchy or whatever the fuck. But, bro, the second it suits them, there is no one that will fuck you over as quickly as a fucking girl. It is insane to me. Just, you have a girl that just got sexually harassed. She's telling you that she just got sexually harassed. And another girl is fucking gaslighting her into, well, maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. Are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe it didn't happen to you. And these are the same women that will constantly go #BelieveAllWomen in public. And then behind the scenes, like, can anyone actually check this during the Me Too movement? Was Maya one of the people that #BelievedAllWomen? Can someone check that for me? As I'm going to say it, this is a legal problem now, by the way. Wait, is it really? Harassment is also a huge part of the issue. When it becomes physical, it's assault. Moral, the thing for me is, I get what they mean. Maya is a victim herself, came out a while back. Well, it's funny that her being a victim, still, she didn't mind doing this to another girl, right? It's fucking disgusting to me. Third party? Yeah, the third party fucking investigation is bullshit, bro. That is just pure and utter bullshit. To Maya's credit, she nor Adri had a voice in today's stream. They might come on tomorrow. Maybe. We'll hear. Going down. Mitch about Miskiv. Here we go. Why did he say that, though? What the fuck? That was a quick fucking clip. I guess that clip was removed, actually. Trainwreck takes a break from the drama to yell at a kid in Rust. Wait, what? What? Dude, what the fuck? Man, I hate this. This clip is from the past 12-hour mark of the VOD. So it just doesn't work because YouTube. Fucking YouTube, of course. Of course. You hope... What? Okay, so I'm personally quite certain that Miskiv is done. If everything that has come out so far remains the truth, Miskiv is done. I don't think there's even a chance that Miskiv survives this. I don't think there's a fucking chance. He's playing this all wrong. He should have just fucking owned it. In my opinion, he should have just fucking owned it. Prince Manila, how you doing? Part of me thinks that this stream would be better if Akko had a drink and some popcorn with him, because this is basically watching a plane crash and applauding. Bro, I would. Like, if I had popcorn, I would actually be fucking eating it. I have some biltong here. You know, I do have some jerky here that I could probably fucking munch on while we watch this shit go down. I just wish I could watch Destiny's fucking Call. Because it seems like all of the juice is in that call. And it's kind of making me a little depressed that I can't fucking watch the juice. No, I think what Miskiv is going to do... Okay, so first and foremost, the third party investigation is probably not going to fucking turn up anything. Why? Because these third-party investigations usually go like this. They get a company in to do a third-party investigation. That company then hands the report to the organization. The organization then gets to choose what they reveal. Because ultimately, why not, right? So you're probably not going to find out anything anyways. And then Miskiv is probably going to step away. He's going to be gone for like 6 months, 7 months, maybe a year. And then he's going to come back and he's going to be a changed man, you know, all new and shit and shiny and everything's just perfect now. And people are probably going to forget because people are fickle fuck. Watch it when you stream on YouTube. Imagine the elation Destiny feels that nobody can watch it from the platform that banned him. True. Can you explain in one sentence what is the fuss about? Someone touched the boob. That's the only thing I've heard. Okay, so Gasper, it's difficult to do it in one sentence, but the problem actually here isn't that someone touched the boob. In fact, that was just a girl giving her side of the story. She was just saying what had happened to her. She was willing to say, this is what happened to me, and this is what I went through, and this is the guy that did it to me. The real problem, the reason this blew up the way that it blew up, is because it now came out that Miskiv basically covered it up. So Miskiv, allegedly, I should add, allegedly Miskiv, one of the friends of the guy that did the harassing, covered up the harassment or the assault. Even though I get it. Legally speaking, assault, it could probably be assault due to Texas law or whatever the case might be. But in my mind, I feel like that conflates the issue quite a lot, because if that is sexual assault, then it doesn't leave a lot of room for growth in terms of disgustingness. Because that could be sexual assault, but then what about a guy that grabs a girl, rips her clothes off, and touches her pussy? That's sexual assault too, but that's a hell of a lot worse than just touching her boob while she's sleeping. I would prefer if this is sexual harassment, because I do think that it's sort of it's much closer to sexual harassment than what it would be to sexual assault, which is supposed to be the worst one, right? It's supposed to be much worse than sexual harassment. So just from a logical standpoint, it's difficult for me to sort of figure this shit out. On purpose, it lets them push for things they want. So glad that I'm an old fuck these days. I can just stay away from women and live in peace. I was lucky to be young in the 90s. Grabbing a titty is not sticking a finger in you. True. There's another one of those past the 12-hour mark.
Some drama and shit.
And we even have
Yeah, and apparently she had like
Hassan
friends looking out for her too, so yeah.
pandering.
Ooh.
Oh, well, like,
You can't win any battles.
Like, I think he said something like, oh, we don't know. It's like 25 fucking minutes long. But he's like,
Damn. Hassan getting heat.
No, I know you love that.
I love that. That fucking rat.
yes, you do.
this
Just say
actually
you don't
makes me
want
hard
to
to-
ruin your friendship with
Oh
this
my
kid.
god.
Just say you don't want to say something.
Hey, yo!
No, Matt. He's
It's
not
one thing
gonna
to imply it, it's another to say it.
You can't say that.
Are you walking around, bro?
Did I?
And shit.
And we even have
There's so many people speaking at the same time. It's difficult to know who the fuck is speaking about who at this point. But yeah, okay, they popped off. They don't like Hassan either, it seems. Why is XQC screaming like someone stole his chocolate milk? Because it's fucking XQC, dude. XQC has two sort of, in my opinion, two methods or two modes. The one is screaming and the other one is speaking so fast that I can't fucking hear what he's saying. Wait, what?
Me, I will tell you why I did it. I'll tell you why we wanted answers. We were freaking out. We were scared. We wanted to know what was happening with my best friend. Me and Maya and Mitch were. And I don't.
I will. Can I please interject here?
Yeah.
Using that line of argumentation is very bad.
Fucking my ninja Asmongold. Is he about to say exactly what I've been saying? That Mizkiff needs to stop saying I'm worried about my friend when the question matters if your friend fucking assaulted somebody? Like,
Sure.
You have to, if you use him as your best friend, people are easily going to say that you're helping some person, and it's like effectively a
cover up.
I wasn't. I'll be very blunt
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
with you. I wasn't there to help him. And I wasn't there to.
You were there to remove.
Let me ask,
possible deniability
I was there to
potentially.
Asmund, let me
ask
ask this.
what happened,
Asmund,
and if
I'm gonna
it
ask you
happened-
this.
Me.
All right, I wanna just ask, what was this call about? Was this Asmongold? This was after the fact, right? This wasn't before. This was after all these things came out. This was the call that basically happened between XQC, Train, Miskiff, and Asmongold and those, right? So this wasn't like this isn't a call that happened beforehand because they were trying to. Asmon was the mediator. Sounds like it, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I think Miskiff. Dude, if you still think that Miskiff is completely innocent, you're fucking delusional. You just are. Wait, what happened to Alinity? How the fuck did she get dragged into this? Wait, what? Is Alinity part of this too?
And there we go. And this is kind of what I expected, which is why I brought this up earlier. You've got the Alinity tweet as of right now, and she says, please just leave me out of it. So Alinity, who...
Wait, why is she tweeting this? She's... No one involved her in this shit. So she's tweeting this to kind of go, oh, look at me, guys. I'm here too. Just leave me out of it, by the way. You know, when no one was even looking at you. Like, you were all the way over there, right? No one was even fucking thinking about you. And you just went, guys, I don't want to be part of this. And then suddenly everyone's like, are you part of this? And what's going on here? H3 brought her up in his podcast with his son. Of course Ethan did. Ethan is a fucking moron. Like, Ethan still probably doesn't know what the fuck is going on here anyway. So it doesn't even matter. Is that what Akko is doing now? And just grab some popcorn. Yeah, just sit back and fucking enjoy the show, man. Used her allegations against Train to make Train look bad, but they're not real. Yeah, well, I saw the allegations against Train. And I will say this, Train was pretty fucking based, dude. Like, look, if you're horny, you're talking to a hot chick, she's probably talking to you too, because if you saw the screenshots that she used back then, it was heavily edited. You know, fuck, you're writing to each other, you're saying shit that's mad fucking naughty. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see any fucking sexual harassment or sexual assault in that. Now, Alinity has a tattoo worth grabbing. Alinity is fucking stupid hot. That's true.
Has been trying her hardest to actually do legitimate content, who's been trying to move on from all the bullshit, even the cat drama stuff, even the whatever, and she's done a really good job at making inroads and all the streaming communities again. Now, because you couldn't just fucking leave things alone or at least handle things in an intelligent way, now you've actually done what you accused Train and XQC of doing. You've like totally ceded the moral high ground because you have, with no doubt, you have 100% done what you think maybe XQC and Train have done. You think they've done it. You don't actually know it. And as of this point, with Adriana being completely opposite, maybe it seems like they haven't done that. But now you actually have. Like, fuck. You fucked yourself. And there we go. And
all right, I understand now what's going on here. I don't know much about Alinity. I'll be honest, I don't really watch her content. Proof of that, check the command. These days I would check for hidden micros before I say good day to you. Craig got pretty emotional about that whole Alinity drama in the leak call since it was brought up there too. Dude, the thing is, most of these fucks, like Ethan, like Hassan, like Pokimane, they all have this double standard, which really fucking annoys me. Throughout this entire drama thing, and with previous things that have happened, there's always this double standard. Like, whenever it comes to you, there's certain rules, and then whenever it comes to them, there's other rules. So, for example, and just to sort of reiterate what Destiny said here, when Train brought up that Miskiv was hiding or sweeping under the rug sexual assault, oh my god, you're just using another girl to get the heat off of yourself. But then, when you go and you bring up old fucking moments with girls from someone else, that's fine. These people are fucking unhinged morons. Do you guys remember when Ethan used to be funny? Like, when Ethan used to actually make funny fucking videos and actually be a decent content creator. Now he just sits on the online and has stupid fucking takes. The broken people tend to forget that. Dude, it's wild to me that these are the biggest streamers on the fucking platform, man. Like, Asmongold tells Miz to cut Slick and Alinity out of his life, saying they are both liabilities. Oof. Fuck. What did Alinity do to catch this fucking drip? What?
Here.
Sure.
I think that if you look at it from Train's perspective, right, it's that, you know, he, like, Alinity, what we can definitely say is that Alinity has no definitive proof that Train said that he was going to, like, wasn't like rape her at, like, fucking BlizzCon or some bullshit, right?
She said
like,
she said that I said I was going to rape her. That's what she
right.
said.
And I remember what I said is that somebody should come out of this band, whether it's either her for lying or Train for doing it. And, like, neither one of those things happened, and that was ridiculous. It's like, how can you make an accusation like that? I think the difference, though, between that and, like, the Slick situation is the fact that there are other witnesses that can corroborate the story. There's 3 of them, apparently. And I think that's what makes it different. Like, I mean, I think that we've kind of gone...
Bro, Asmongold is so fucking based, man. Like, the dude just bangs no matter what. Is there anything this man can't do? Like, genuine fucking question. The dude is extremer god, bald god, wow god, and then also happened to be a fucking debate Andy, even though he never debates. It's fucking, oh yeah, he doesn't shower. He's not a shower god. He can't clean and take showers daily. Or he's so good at cleaning that his body just cleans itself. He can't grow hair. True. Destiny would constantly say in feedback that Asmon immediately does it, like some mystical future-sighted magician. Dude, Asmon is fucking wild here. Asmon is really fucking knocking it out of the park here.
A little bit off course in terms of, like,
I agree.
what the focus is, because we, like, in my opinion, like, this is just, like, I don't want to make rules for people. I don't want to tell people what to do. But in my opinion, I would cut Alinity and Slick completely here.
Sure.
No, just get rid of the fucking people. Although I will say, it's funny that Miskiv is sort of pretending like he had nothing to do with this. And I think that might be why people like Mitch is now coming out and sort of being like, wait a second, this fuck, he's the guy that told us to go do this, right? He's trying to wash his hands of this and be like, oh no, I didn't do anything. Just because of Arab got banned? Well, he is the only one using common sense and logic in these situations, makes him look a god by comparison. How Train coping with the gambling ban on Twitch, by the way. Grofal, he doesn't really care. Then Miz out of the full call. I guess that's possible, right? But how does Mitch look worse? Is that because did Miskiv drag him? So Grofal Train yesterday during a stream, during Destiny's stream, Train basically said he's probably leaving. He's probably leaving for YouTube. It was in his pool yesterday. Asked to join his org a couple of weeks ago. Maybe. I mean, fuck. It kills me that we can't watch the stream, bro. Yeah, you're allowed to stream gambling on YouTube. Yeah. Absolutely. So, the whole gambling thing on Twitch is such a fucking non-starter, bro. Like, Twitch people are just fucking morons for not knowing why Twitch is banning gambling. Twitch is banning gambling because they don't know what to do with the advertisers. Advertisers don't want to advertise on gambling streams. YouTube already took care of that. YouTube's algorithm just will not show ads on gambling streams. It's simple as that. So, yeah, YouTube doesn't give a fuck. If you go over to YouTube and you're like, hey, bro, I want to stream some gambling stuff, YouTube's like, yeah, no problem. Our algorithm is just going to serve you differently. So, you know, we're just not going to push your streams to young kids. And we're not going to push your streams to advertisers. That's it. Well, I'm off of school later, everyone. Kev, take care of yourself, bro. When your entire career is balancing on Mitch Jones, that's not a good place to be. I don't know jack shit about Mitch. So, you know, it could be nothing. I don't know, right? So, yeah, that's why I haven't taken a side. That's why I constantly say, if Miskiv did this, allegedly Miskiv did this, because I don't know. That's the fucking truth of it. I don't know. I don't know who to believe in this. I just like to watch the world burn. So whatever makes this go even even worse, just, you know, it's good for me, right? I like that. Let's watch the Destiny. I mean, Destiny's subreddit is fucking wild, though. I should probably join it. Yeah, fuck it. Let's join this. This is the wildest place, dude. This is like the internet terrorist area. So, I mean, everyone is so fucking cringe when they spam the word. Oh my god. I never cared about Mitch. Hassan doubled down on the slurs. Yeah, well, Hassan is always going to double down because the dude has literally no fucking, he has no principles. If he did this and it's a full-on sexual assault, then fine, he can get fucked. If it was a mild sexual harassment piece that's being overblown and Mrs. only impact was to ask a couple of people to go over and find out what happened from the horse's mouth and not to make it overblown given their public figures, then to be honest, there should be blowback on the accusers. Abaddon, I don't agree with you. Because the accusers can only go based on what they've heard, right? And how it looks to them. So obviously for Train and XQC, what they saw was a girl being forced to downplay her own apology or her own coming out story, and it's done by Miskiv's ex-girlfriend and a friend of Miskiv, and the guy being accused also happens to be one of Miskiv's best friends. So it's easy to sort of jump and say, yeah, fuck that, right? That's not hard to be like, okay, wait, Miskiv might have been involved here. No, I think in this instance, the accusations are not unfounded. In this instance, the accusations are not unfounded because there's enough reasonable doubt there that you sort of go, there might be something here, right? There might be something here. So even if it turns out that Miskiv had nothing to do with it, that's the end of it then. As far as I'm concerned, that's the end of it. That's like, yeah, all right. Miskiv proved that he had nothing to do with the cover-up. Everyone can just continue and live their life, you know? Abaddon, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? So they should have come out and said this, even though the girl asked them not to do it. Like, the girl told them, Train showed the messages of Adriana telling him, I'm not ready, I don't want you to talk about it. So what? They should just go, no, fuck it, now's the time, because I'm gonna be accused of what? I'm gonna be accused of fucking using this to get out of gambling? That makes no sense to me. So what you're saying is don't respect her wishes, fuck her, because it's all about the optics for you. No. It's about a guy, and this is again, if true, it's about a guy that had to sit for a year and a fucking half, be attacked constantly by streamers that you know covered up sexual assault. Like, you fucking know that these people are fucking terrible human beings, but you can't say shit. You're basically sitting with your dick in your hand going, I can fucking ruin you because you're a piece of shit. You are a liar and you've covered up sexual assault, but you sit on your fucking high horse and judge me openly, plainly, and I can't say shit. And then finally, the girl comes and says, I'm ready to talk about what happened to me. And now you're like, okay, fucking game on, you cunt. Let's go. Right? I don't see that as anything other than human reaction. Because for the last year and a half, people like Miskiv have been attacking people like Train constantly for the gambling stuff. They have been on Train and XQC for the gambling stuff consistently. You would also be sitting there going, I know you're an asshole. I know what you've done, but I'm not allowed to say anything. But just fucking wait. The second I am allowed to say something, we're gonna kick off. This is gonna kick off. So race to the bottom for who's the worst human being. Pot kettle. Don't care both people. I care nothing for. Why aren't people canceling Pokimane from her really, really old clip of saying the N-word, but cancels everyone else? Because Pokimane is a master manipulator, bro. Pokimane, yeah, she is untouchable because she understands how to play the game. It's sad, but that's the truth. The people that get successful on Twitch are the people that know how to play the game. Plus, I will say, how old is the clip? Because I agree with you that it's disgusting that other people get cancelled for their old shit, but some people don't because they happen to have the same politics or the right politics according to the masses, right? That part is disgusting. But overall, I don't think anyone should be cancelled for anything they said older than 6 months. Like, if you said something 6 months ago, I don't see why that should be grounds for cancelling you in any way, shape, or form. Because people can make remarkable growths over a very short period of time. You might have believed something when you were 21, or maybe you said the N-word when you were 21 and you didn't think it was anything, you thought it was really funny and, sort of like a joke. And then you grow up and you sort of realize, dude, that's not funny. It's not like, why the fuck would I do that? But now they cancel you because you said something 3 or 4 years ago. Like, you've changed, right? You're no longer that person. You should judge people on who they are today, not on who they were like 3 or 4 years ago. I don't think that's fair. James Gunn effect? What do you mean, Apocalypse? I'm not familiar. Everyone has done stupid things in the past. What matters is how you've changed. True. Context is always important. Very much so. Context matters. What if you say you're starting a terrorist militia, then leave to go live in the mountains 6 months ago with a crowd of people? Well, then I think you took action. That's a very different thing, right? If you took action, you're still going to be legally bound to that, right? When I was young, there was no internet. No one can prove me fucking nothing. Guardians of the Galaxy director got booted from Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because of a 10-year-old tweet. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm with you now. It's not fair, but it's a double standard. Some get cancelled and some don't. It's just how the game is. The people that don't get cancelled are the people that understand how to play the game the best. That's just facts. No one really gives a shit about the truth, and no one really gives a shit about justice. What people care about is cancelling the right people. And also, you have to understand, the Twitter, Nazis, they have to justify their existence somehow. They have to, right? And so they keep coming up with more and more issues that they want to cancel people over because they somehow have to justify their own existence. And so you'll get canceled today for things that just a year ago was absolutely fine. Like a year ago, anyone could say this and it would not be a problem at all. I'll use the best example I have for this. The word retard. The word retard, up until 3 years ago, was a perfectly fine way to speak about someone acting retarded. Perfectly fine. If someone did something fucking retarded, like did some bullshit thing, you're playing League of Legends and this guy runs straight into the team fight and fucking dies, you'd be like, oh my god, you fucking retard. And no one would bat an eyelid. Why? Because it's bad being a fucking retard. If you act like a retard, that's a bad thing, right? And then just one day, suddenly out of fucking nowhere, the word retard became the R word. And it's bad to say it. And it's like, how is it bad to say retard? Like, if you're a retard, that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing to be a fucking retard. And before people go, oh, but you're making fun of people with mental disabilities. No, you're not. Because I have never looked at someone with an actual mental disability and called that person a retard. Because retard, as far as I'm concerned, speaks to a normal person acting like he's fucking brain dead. It doesn't speak to someone that has an actual mental disability. That's why the word mental disability or mentally disabled person exists. I don't refer to those people as retard because in my mind, retard is a bad thing. It's a bad thing to be. But somehow it's just changed. Like we're just not allowed to say those words anymore. And for a long time, I actually caved to it. I'll be honest with you. For a long time, I did. I didn't want the problems. I didn't want the fucking blowback. So I just said, you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. I'll just stop saying the word. And recently I've gone, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to say whatever the fuck I want. And if that pisses people off, they can go suck my dick. Because I don't care. I don't see it as a bad thing. And that's all that matters to me. As long as I don't see it as a bad thing, it doesn't fucking matter. Literally, the point he is making now, it's a no-no word. You didn't, but other people did. Blame other fuckwit assholes for changing the public context of the word. True. Let's hope that happens to some of the feminist words. Dude, it will eventually happen, but it's going to take some time. 20 years of internet, 10 years ago, half the population was on Tumblr, but the other half was on 4chan. 10 years later, these people grow up, and when we have the internet we have now. True. Dude, it feels like we have more drama, but this time from somewhere else. I don't know what this drama is about. Okay, genuinely don't know. The Final Fantasy XIV's defense force is targeting Pyromancer. All right. Let's be part of the drama, shall we, fam? Be part of the fucking drama.
This video is going to be...
I want to know, what did Pyro do? Like, why is Pyro pissing people off again?
Going to be a very spicy topic video, but there's 3 things that I want you to take away right at the start of it. This video was sent to me directly, especially it's kind of seemingly targeting Pyromancer, and having watched this video, despite the language used in it, he's not wrong. What Pyro says in this is, I think, the absolute truth, but this does feel very Final Fantasy XIV Defense Force trying to, again, either poke Pyro into bigger and bigger reactions, or essentially chase him out of the community, which would be a loss for Final Fantasy XIV, hands down. The second thing I want you to take away is note that Pyro has blocked me on Discord for my coverage of the last time he had his big explosion. That doesn't personally bother me. I did reach out to him over email. I said I would. I said I'd DM him when this happens again. I said I'd message him when this happens again. We'll see if he gets back to me. I would love to do a one-on-one, really kind of talking about it. Because the third thing that everybody should know is that what Pyro is actually going through was always going to happen, whether he ranted at Final Fantasy XIV or not. This is something we predicted a long time ago because Pyro isn't the first person through the door. We've seen Final Fantasy XIV pull the rug out from under multiple content creators. Pyro just happened to be incredibly popular, especially off of his most viewed video. I watched it, I reacted to it, I cried to it. Final Fantasy XIV offers a lot, but it also has a very vocal, a very powerful defense force, the Final Fantasy XIV Andy, that will let you know about it. And we've excused their attitudes and their I guess their power for too long. And so what I hope that this video does is cause a discussion that if Pyro decides to watch it and listen to it and actually heed the advice that I gave him, back when we had our little private chat, which I don't share private chats, just as a FYI. If he heeds this advice, he will be fine. He will be able to grow and come out of this perfectly fine. That all just depends on if he wants to. But he is feeling a lot of pressure. We will
look. The thing is, you have to. It's not just Final Fantasy. Yeah, okay, it's a cool name, right? Final Fantasy Defense Force. It happens with WoW. It happens with every game. You're always gonna have the gatekeeping Andys. You're always gonna have the people that this is the only game that matters. This is like my life. This has saved my life so many times. Back in the day, my dick was starting to rot and my balls were starting to drop. And then I discovered Final Fantasy. My balls went straight up back into my body as if I was a newly born baby. And my dick got bigger and I had bigger boobs now. All that kind of shit, right? So games are going to save people's lives, even though games should not save your fucking life. But games will save people's lives, apparently. So all of that shit fucking happens. And then what happens is these people get so ingrained, so involved in the fucking game that anyone that says anything about their game that might be even slightly negative will be dragged for it. It happens in WoW. It happens in Final Fantasy. It happens even in Fallout 76, ladies and gentlemen. You don't believe me? Go back and watch my videos dragging Fallout 76. I got fucking slaughtered by its defense force for saying that it's a bad game, even though Fallout 76 is objectively a fucking bad game, right? It is objectively a miserable fucking cash grab, and yet it has its defense force. It has its people that defends it. I think the mistake that Pyromancer made, and I knew that it was always going to happen, which is one of the reasons I've dealt with Final Fantasy in the way that I have. And I guess a lot of people already know this because I've never made a secret of this. But one of the reasons I have not stuck to Final Fantasy as the game that I played, even though we did really well. So at one point we were playing Final Fantasy and we were getting anywhere from 300 to 400, sometimes even 500 viewers. So we were doing really well. Like the viewers were fucking popping off. I knew that it was not sustainable. Luckily, I had mods like Apocalypse that already understood the metric and fucking told me straight up, bro, the growth isn't going to last. You're going to have 1,000 viewers, maybe 1,500 viewers by the time you reach Shadowbringers. And then maybe Endwalker, you're going to stick with 1,000, 1,500 viewers. But they're all going to fucking leave because my mods do their fucking jobs and they actually watch other streamers. And then it happened to all of the others. They grew, they exploded, right? And then as soon as they're done with the MSQ, they fuck off. And you lose all those viewers because all they want to see is people going through the MSQ. They're not sticking. They're not part of your community. So I made a conscious decision based on the feedback from my mods and my own sort of eyes telling me what the fuck's going on. And I said, look, I'll play Final Fantasy whenever the fuck I want, not for growth. I will do what I want for growth, which is this shit. Sitting here talking and watching the world burn. That's the sort of stuff that I like. That's what I'm going to do for growth. When I want to play Final Fantasy, I will play it and hopefully we'll grow. But if I don't want to fucking play it, I'm not going to fucking play it. And it's as simple as that. And people will continuously come into the stream and be like, oh my God, are we going to play Final Fantasy today? And I'll be like, yeah, sure, soon. TM, right? Because I don't want to play it now. It's not that I hate Final Fantasy. I still like the game. I still think it's one of the best MMOs on the market, but I don't want to play it now. And I do plan on playing it, but I don't know when. And I'm not going to play it just for the growth because that's not real growth. It's fucking fake. And Pyromancer sadly made that mistake. He banked on it. He deleted all of his WoW content. Just the Final Fantasy content. That's the only content that exists for him now. And the MSQ Andy's moved on. They reached the point where they're like, fuck it. He's done with the MSQ. Why should I keep watching?
We'll go through his full stats especially his recent stats, and take a look at where he stands, either as a way of like, this is what 14 will do. Will you be able to survive this valley, in terms of a dip and grow from here? Or is this something that just ends up being a cautionary tale for young content creators, especially in
there's always exceptions to rules, Finster, and Preach is not a good example here, because Preach was successful even before Final Fantasy. And before you go, yeah, but he didn't have as many viewers. Preach had 2,000 to 3,000 viewers prior to switching to Final Fantasy. Preach's audience have also never been a WoW audience, because Preach never really played WoW on his stream. Preach played other games. He just happened to make videos about World of Warcraft. So Preach is he was always going to have permanent growth because he already had a very large audience leading him into that success. So a lot of people that joined this very large community and became part of it, right? And that's why it worked for Twitch, or for Preach. The problem with Pyro is he came in with relatively no real audience, grew a massive audience, purely backed by MSQ Andes, who were always going to leave, right? Pyro had about 400 to 500 viewers before Final Fantasy 14, and it's back to where it was before, after Final Fantasy 14. It's back to where it was before Final Fantasy 14, rather. Too aggressive. If you look at the YouTube comments, longtime viewers don't want to watch him anymore. Seven Raymond, how you doing? Pyro does have, I think, in that regard, it's something that I wish he would stop, because I genuinely like Pyromancer. I have no problem with the dude. We used to be friends when he made WoW content. I genuinely like him, but I do think his attitude sometimes fucking stinks. There are times where he takes things way too fucking serious and personal, which you shouldn't. As a content creator, you should understand the difference between attacking you and attacking the character that you are. I'm not Akalon. I am Akalon, but Stefan, me, the real Stefan, and Akalon are two different things. When people say things about Akalon, it's not directed at me. It's directed at whatever I did, whatever I said there as Akalon. And you should be able to remove yourself from that situation and understand that, hey, it's going to happen. People are going to attack you. You have to accept this as just part and parcel of the thing. You can't fucking attack me. And there's two people that wrote my name. Both of you fucking wrong. What are you doing? It's Stefan with a PH, not with an F, and not Steve.
in streaming, and we'll talk about that here, especially because streaming is very competitive. Right now, Pyro is ranked the 19th most watched Final Fantasy XIV streamer, especially within the English category. I think that's quite an achievement, but these numbers are far different from where they were while he was playing through the story and as the community welcomed him in as a WoW refugee. This is a very, very common story that we see happening over and over again. And at this point, we're actually going to dive through his video. I'm going to break down some of the points he makes. This, again, I'm not going to share this video because it's edited to try and get around fair use. Pyro did go around and strike down his videos. People posting those under the concept of fair use. He had every...
Whoa, what? I don't know about this, but Pyro actually struck down fellow YouTubers for fair use. Dude, that's disgusting. For a YouTuber to abuse the very system that causes so much fucking gripe for YouTubers, a system that every YouTuber complains about because the music industry and the fucking film industry abuses that fucking system. For a fellow YouTuber to do that to other content creators, that's fucking inexcusable. That is inexcusable and a fucking dick move, bro. Dick fucking move.
Right to do so. YouTube took those other videos down. I was protected because my videos were fair use. And so this video is edited. You can see it kind of in the horizontal. Memes will pop up, sometimes interrupting what he's about to say. But I would encourage you guys to kind of think about what he's talking about and maybe give him a second chance. You don't have to like his content. You don't have to like him as a human.
Yeah, but you can't do that. If you're a YouTuber and you put content on YouTube it is fair game for other people to react to that content. It doesn't matter if you don't like the things that they have to say. They have a right to say things. You put your opinion out there, go fuck yourself. If you don't want people to react to your opinion, then don't fucking put your opinion on the internet. It's as simple as that. Many people, like a normal fucking Andy that doesn't have a YouTube channel, should have the right not to be attacked for their opinions, because their opinions aren't public. It's opinions that they have within their own hearts and within their own lives that they don't share with the world. But the second you put your fucking opinion online, you should be willing and able to accept any and all criticism that come from that opinion being put on the internet. And people pretend it isn't. These copyright strikers are soy bitches. To be honest, exactly what Aku just said about your opinion. True. So many people just can't take criticism, such babies. It just makes you look bad. That's the funny thing. It makes you look like a little bitch when you do shit like that. Just take the criticism. You said something that was stupid or that no one agreed with. Hey, fuck, do better. You know, grow and do better.
Human being. But content creation is a weird and difficult thing to do. Now, is it as hard as like other jobs? Like I've worked delivering copiers all around the DFW.
It's actually funnier to me that this comes from a guy that fucking covers video games. A dude that plays a video game on Twitch, copyright claims or strikes down content that literally is the same thing that he's doing. He's using Yoshi P's game. Square Enix makes that game for people to play. He uses that game to entertain other people and make money off of it. He doesn't pay Final Fantasy jack shit, by the way, for the fact that he's using it to make money. But then he says other people can't use his content in exactly the same way. That is just fucking horrible. And I like Pyro, but that's a bullshit move. He chose the wrong profession. He can't take criticism, yet he wants to stream. He can't handle his chat when they go against his opinions. But hasn't he changed, though? Someone told me that he changed. He's not as bad as he used to be. You've got such an inflated sense of your opinion that you make it into content, then absolutely you should be prepared for it to be picked apart publicly by having the strength of conviction to stand by your opinion, despise that. True. Not at all. Does it look like he's changed? I don't know how old this video is.
And out in Louisiana, like throughout college, that job was hard. There are hard jobs, but there is a different level of difficulty that kind of plays on your mind. And some content creators have kind of opened up and shared about the stress, the mental, the mental like health issues that can arise from this. So just note this is a good opportunity for us to all practice compassion, mercy, forgiveness, and
then it chose to being for fuck's sake. He's done this a few times with WoW as well. Like he would go through these moments of like really bad shit that he does, and then he changes and he tells his chat that he's going to change, and then it lasts for a short while, and then it goes right back to being what it was. Mainly because I don't know if Pyro's getting help for whatever's wrong, but it doesn't seem like it. At least not from the outside, but I could be completely wrong, right? I'll clean my act up, sorry.
In a way, voice your support. So I don't think he's saying anything wrong in this video. I think it's actually it's very true. It's a very real moment. While the video is called Pyromancer lied about fixing his himself with empty promises, I don't think that's actually true. I think he's just venting some frustration. And
does he have the original video in here? Probably not, right? Has that video been taken down? Does anyone know? It's still up. So let's quickly see here. It's only 3 minutes, it's only a fucking short. All right.
Yeah, I don't really want to, like, I don't know, man. I think that I feel like I shot myself in the foot in this community, man, and it's fucking annoying because I think it's kind of bullshit, dude. I just think it's kind of bullshit. motherfuckers go on their stream and they rage all the fucking time, and no one fucking says shit about them.
Oh my god!
But, you know.
Yeah, but there is a difference, Pyro. People rage all the time. They rage against... I rage fucking non-stop. But there is a massive difference between raging at things that's happening and raging at circumstances and basically raging at your chat. Telling your chat to go fuck themselves, telling your chat to go fucking kill themselves or whatever. I don't know if he actually said that. But I remember watching his original video, and it was basically him berating chat, banning people left, right, and center that disagreed with him. There's a massive fucking difference there. Yeah, but Abaddon, that's because you fucking deserve it. Right? I'm not going to apologize for that. You're a fucking degenerate piece of shit. I should tell you to go fuck yourself. I'm doing the world a favor. People tell us, oh, the Raider, he's full of it all the time. The thing is, right, there is a difference. When you turn your ire on your community, they will not forgive you for that. Because, and here's why I think this is an important distinction that needs to be drawn here. A lot of streamers don't think this way because of how the business have changed. And you see it so often. You know, you have... I'm assuming that's Pyromonster's sponsorship. It's one of the reasons I have stopped accepting sponsorships, because I feel it's important to remember that in this industry, your community is the reason for your success. You're not successful in spite of them. You're successful because of them. They pay your fucking wage. Everything you have is because of them. So they can't be attacked. They're not your enemy. You can't fucking turn them into your enemy and think that you're going to get away with it. You can have banter. You can have disagreements. Of course you can. I've told people in this stream, you're a fucking idiot because we have a disagreement. But it's a different thing when you turn your chat into the enemy. When they become the very thing that you fucking hate. They're not going to forgive that. Because they know, every single person that watches a Twitch stream knows that they are intimately involved in the success of their streamer. Intimately involved. And you know what? Most people don't mind. Most viewers don't mind when their streamer starts doing well. When they see their streamer making $100,000 or $200,000 a month, they don't hate that. If they did, Asmongold wouldn't be getting subs because Asmongold is a fucking millionaire. Trainwreck wouldn't be getting subs because he's a fucking millionaire. They don't mind it as long as you respect them for it. As long as you understand that they're important. The fact that they're there is an important thing. It's nothing to do with raging. You can rage all you want, but you have to understand that your audience is not your fucking enemy. And I feel like that's where he sort of ruined it for himself.
I fucking rage. Pyro's just a rager.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's so fucking stupid. Anyway, I'm just bitching about... Yeah, I'm just bitching, sorry. People got
way too many times. He even got into arguments with these mods. I just wish he calmed down and stuck lore beds instead of molding at his chat. I think Pyro takes things way too seriously. I genuinely think that's the problem. I think Pyro takes things way too seriously and way too personally. Whenever someone says anything, he feels personally attacked rather than recognizing that you can be wrong. And it's actually fine to be wrong. When you're wrong, admit, oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Fuck. You know? People won't judge you for it. They'll love you for that. But it's oftentimes Pyro can't fucking do that. Like, he will not admit when he's got shit wrong.
Butthurt about what I said about their fucking controllers, and now there's a perception in the FF community that, like, people just hate me. You have to admit,
serious?
Pyro? Oh, here we go. What do I have to admit? That clip of you raging over the WoW stuff got a ton of views. It's the most, you realize, it's the most viewed clip in Final Fantasy history. You guys know that?
Okay.
I'm ready. You guys know that shit? It's crazy. And
okay, so let me highlight the problem here. You're talking to your chat. Would you argue that chat has the right to an opinion? Otherwise, why don't you turn chat off? You can. You absolutely can. You can turn chat off. You can make it so that no one can type. You could turn chat into emote only. If you don't want your chat's opinion, just turn it off, right? But as soon as someone in his chat goes, you have to realize, what's his response to that? Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. These fucking idiots that always want an opinion when I'm busy spewing my shit. It's like, bro, if you don't want your chat to have an opinion, don't speak to them. Simple. If you don't think they have a right to an opinion, don't use them as a soundboard, because that's all you want. You want a soundboard. You want to be able to say shit and your chat just go, oh yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Chat doesn't do that. At least if you have a healthy chat, they're not going to do that. He should be glad that people in his chat are disagreeing with him, but still sticking around. It means they genuinely like his content. They're pushing back because they see he's thinking the wrong things. He's thinking wrong about certain things, and they want him to understand this is the right way to think about stuff. But instead, his reaction is, oh, here we go again.
You have to admit,
serious?
Pyro? Oh, here we go.
See that?
What do I have to admit?
That's such a weird reaction.
That clip of you raging over the WoW stuff got a ton of views. It's the most, you realize, it's the most viewed clip in Final Fantasy history. You guys know that?
Okay.
Domuk, the reason that isn't an excuse is because, of course, I don't know if it's true. It might be. That clip got a shit ton of views because Pyro made it worse than what it actually was supposed to be. But it's his fault that people are prodding at him. I've seen this before. People will come into my chat. It happened quite a lot in the beginning. It's starting to die off. Like, you'll get people coming in saying, oh my god, look at this fat fuck. And then I don't react because I genuinely don't give a shit when people call me fat. But they're coming in because they're looking for that reaction. When you react to it, they go tell all their friends, hey, this guy is really easy to fucking tolt. And then the friends come in to tolt you as well. And before you know it, your entire chat is just out to tolt you because they know it's easy to do so. Chat is always going to have their own fun. That's the point of Twitch. That is what makes Twitch such an amazing place to work at. In my opinion, it's one of the reasons I love streaming to Twitch. Because chat has a mind of its own. And as a streamer, you can have the best laid plans. Like, you come into a stream and you think, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to fuck off, Steve. What the fuck? Why am I Steve now? Jesus. You come into the stream and you have an idea for, we're going to look at this video, we're going to react to this, we're going to play this game, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You come in, and within an hour, you're on a completely different thing. Like, your chat have taken you to a whole new world of shit. You didn't plan for this. You had no idea that this was going to happen, but here we go, right? And you have to just, as a streamer, you have to keep track of it. You have to just be part of it. Just live with it. Top clip in the Twitch viewer count? Ah, there we go. Okay, so it is the top clip for Twitch viewing. Okay, cool stuff. Thanks, Apocalypse. The only time you interfere with the natural flow is when things start to veer into, like, sketchy territory. This is where having good mods really fucking helps, because the mods will oftentimes do that when I get too political about something, or when chat gets a little bit too far outside of the TOS safety barriers, the mods will start pulling things back. And as soon as I see the mods are taking action, I realize that I have to start pulling shit in a different direction. But otherwise, you just sort of let fucking chat do their thing, you know? You let chat take you where the fucking conversation needs to go, because that's what makes it fun. And I think that's what makes it fun for viewers too, but you have to respect that.
I'm ready. You guys know that shit? It's crazy. And that's just like kind of what blows my mind is like motherfucker got popular for that. And then motherfucker got ridiculed for that. It's like, dude, man, take a side of the fence.
Wait, what? So he's saying he got popular because he popped off and he got really fucking angry, but then people started judging him for it? I don't think that's true. I think the people that judged you for popping off judged you all the time. I think a lot of people came to your chat waiting for the next time you pop off. Absolutely. I think a lot of people did come because they wanted to see you pop off again because you popped off. But that still doesn't make you popular. It just means that they're looking for you to pop off. They're looking for you to lose your shit. Well, it's comparable to raging at his chat. True. Just because someone enjoyed the content doesn't mean they can't have an opinion about it. Yeah. I mean, the truth is people are going to... The thing is... If you build your brand on something, you have to understand, and this is going to sound really stupid until you think about it and you realize it's actually quite profound, even though it's not elegantly said. When you build your brand on something, you will find that your audience expects the brand to remain true at all times. So if you've built a brand based on raging and sort of tilting at the windmill and screaming and yelling, your audience wants that non-stop. The problem with audiences is that they're fickle. Audiences are incredibly fickle. So while they're coming in for a month or two because they like you raging and they like you fucking screaming and yelling at the computer screen, eventually they get annoyed with it. After a while, it's not so fun being called a cunt the whole time in chat. After a while, it's not so cool. So they start leaving. They start going back to people that they actually just enjoy the content for, and that's built on a different brand. So it's very dangerous. You have to actively think about things. It's something that I didn't realize until who did I watch? It was like 2 or 3 days ago. I was watching, like, 2 streamers were talking to each other. I want to say it was a Destiny stream, but I might be completely wrong. But they basically said, you have to be so careful about who you let into your community. Because it's so easy, and I know because I've done the same thing. It's so easy to think a viewer is a viewer no matter what. But that's not true. You have to actively build your community. You have to actively choose who you want in your community and who you don't want in your community. Because if you end up with a community where one half wants one thing and the other half wants something completely different, you're basically fucked. Because those 2 groups in your community will tear you and the content apart. The same reason why it's so hard to become a variety streamer if you start off as a one-game Andy. True. Not the biggest fan of Asmon, but he has already came out and said he can't do the Asmon high energy anymore since he was burned out by the end. He also said he expected a fall in audience because of this. I don't think you do actually have a fall in audience. I don't think he's gonna have a fall in audience, if I'm honest. Domak, I will shut that shit down fucking immediately. Put your knife away, bitch. I don't think you will. So I'll show you this. It's not like, don't focus on the views because the views really aren't important. I'm focusing on many other things that has nothing to do with the views because my recent videos haven't done that well in terms of pure viewership. So if you look at these, this one's done really well. Okay, so this one's done really good. This one's also done fine. The thing that stands out about these videos, so specifically these two, it's the highest audience retention I have ever had on my videos. Like, both of these two videos on my channel have an average of, I think it's 70% viewer retention. So viewers are watching on average 70% of the video, which is incredibly high for videos that's over 10 minutes long. And the thing with all of these videos, all of my recent videos, I've taken my energy down to normal. I speak normally. I don't scream. I don't yell. I don't lose my shit. I just speak because it's what comes natural. I'm much closer to natural, ordinary Akko than what I am to trying to fucking entertain people. And it works. People like that. People don't necessarily care for the fake shit. Trying to fucking be hyper energetic the whole time. There are moments for it, and there's moments where your chat want to see you get really fucking pumped. But for the most part, people want authenticity, as you said, Avedon. How do your 40k vids do? I don't have any 40k vids on the main channel. I have a couple of 40k Q&A videos that I'm going to be uploading to the Clips channel, though.
It's because they liked me. You know what? You know why? It's because people love that I was raging at WoW. But as soon as I raged at FF, people got defensive and mad. That's exactly what happened. And when I got mad that one time on stream and talked shit about the console restrictions and that shit, people took it really personally, and that's why they got mad about it, because it was about them this time. That's why. It's okay if you talk shit as long as it's not about us.
Bro, it's okay if you talk shit. The problem is that you directed it straight at your chat. That's the problem. You directed it straight at your chat.
Fucking dumb.
Yeah, you can't, look.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Yep. Here's what's funny to me about this. How is it fine for him to get triggered at his chat saying things to him, but it's not okay for his chat to get triggered for him saying things to them? How is that dichotomy so weirdly skewed? No, guys, if you're saying stupid shit, in my opinion, I have every right to call you a retard and call you a moron because you said stupid shit. However, you better not fucking say shit to me, because if you fucking push me, I will pop off and I will tell you you're a fucking asshole. It's not how it works. If you can fucking hand it out, you need to be able to take it. On Twitch, that's the fucking general rule. If you're going to start attacking your chat, you have to understand that they're going to attack you back. And you have to accept that. That is the exchange that's happening. So whenever I give chat shit, I know that chat is coming back at me with the exact same level of shit that I'm giving to them. And you just have to, you have to give chat a reach around, you know? You can't just fuck chat in the ass the whole time. Chat wants to be on top too sometimes. You've got to accept that. You've got to ready your asshole, get that loop ready, because chat doesn't always ask fucking permission. Isn't that generally in real life as well? If you punch someone in the head, expect to get hit back? True. Fucking truth. Indeed, you imperial bastard. Fuck you, Grofile. It is dangerous when a person only identifies himself with his emotions and anger. Then this whole perspective and view of the world changes, unfortunately. Hey, chat, I just got here. When did this pyro drama happen again? Is it recent? I think it's fairly recent. Yeah, it's like 2 days ago. It got linked on the Reddit. So people put it on the subreddit yesterday. That's why I only just saw it. The pyro stuff. So it is fucking wild. It's talking about taking us in the ass. Yeah, but you know, you guys have the nicest asshole though, so you kind of have to, right? There's just so much a man can fucking take, man. Paramad, he's back to 300 and 400 viewers, not the 2 to 3k. I quite like Aspen's takes generally, and he usually explains when he disagrees instead of just personally attacking the dissenter. I always try to. There are times where people will disagree with you that you just have to fucking... You just have to lose it, right? Because there are people that just want to disagree for the fucking sake of disagreeing. And then you have to be able to stand up and say, no, fuck you. But I always try to also have the debate. So if I disagree with you, I'm going to try and have that debate. With XQC, I would say it's just a problem with each chat. There's no way you fucking know what the hell that chat is about. No way. It's not possible. Man, take care. Hello, take care, man. Have fun. Wait, did I miss the Mechanicus trailer? What? No. I haven't watched this shit yet. Sloan? I haven't watched this yet. Yeah, we still have a lot of shit that needs to be reacted to. Don't worry. We've been dealing with fucking drama, chat. I've been doing what I like to do in my free time, which is Twitch drama. I'm in love with the Twitch drama stuff. It just feels like it's dying off now because we can't watch The Call. Fuck! I want to watch The Call, man. Yeah, we'll get into some 40k stuff now. You have a lot of patience, Echo. You're main for streaming. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Like, in a perfect world, we would have about 1,000 viewers, which means I can make my living just by streaming on Twitch, and then I would stream on Twitch 12 hours a day. That would be my perfect world. In a perfect world, I would literally start streaming when I wake up and stop streaming when I go to bed. The problem is, this is not a perfect world, and I have to make YouTube videos. So that fucking takes so much time. I need to go piss, so I'll be right back. I'm going to play you guys an ad. I know you guys love ads, right? You guys are huge fans of ads, yeah? You don't mind, do you, chat? Yeah, enjoy this one. I'm going to go for a pee. There's the corners each videos you promised me a month ago. Link them on Reddit, Apocalypse. Sure, something decent. All right. No, I'm gonna go for a piss and then we'll play some ads while I go for a piss. I'll be right back, guys. All right, boys. Oh, directed at me? What's directed at you, Grofile? Who's directing what at you, brother? Domak, you bastard. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. How many months is that now? First month. Bro, welcome to the DJ Nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, if you sub, no ads. How's your progress on going to the gym? You're looking good. Habalee, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I think the progress is fine. I don't know if I'm actually losing weight or whatever, but I mean, I go to the gym literally 4 days a week. And I try to eat healthy, although I still drink Pepsi Max like a bitch. But there's no sugar in this, so I think it's fine. Abaddon, yeah, my hair weighed pounds. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that if your hair is weighing pounds, that's a problem, no? Oh, fuck. I wanted to show you guys this. I want to know if this is a good game. I'll show you now. Hold up. I need this game to come out, bro. We are going to be playing the shit out of a Plague Tale Requiem. Where is it again? Fuck, did I see it again? What's it called? If I can remember what it was called, maybe I don't need to find it here. Or which company made it. I think it's called. Wait, I think it's called. It's called Battle Sector? Yeah. How's this game? Battle Sector. No, I haven't played Deathloop yet. No idea why, but you remind me of that dude from the movie Full Metal Jacket, Gomer Pyle, played by Vincent D. Onofrio. Gomer Pyle. Oh. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. No idea. Isn't that a turn-based game for the mobile? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Thromko, when have I ever said that I'm going to play VR games? Are you high? Pretty good conversion from the tabletop to video game, but that is very short and the DLC seemed shitty. Very turn-based, trying to get the tabletop 40k more in video game. Maybe we can quickly, hold up. Let's quickly watch. I know what I want to do. Fuck it. Battle Sector gameplay. Let's quickly. I just want to see the gameplay quickly.
Hello there and welcome.
Bro, show me the fucking
I was trying to rush to this button, which we have to go to, and yeah, it was a painful experience failing this mission like 4 times because I was trying to get here in 4 turns. As you can see, it only says 4 turns. Deactivate the Promethean flow segment Primus. 4 turns. I was rushing up here in 4 turns, but it didn't really seem to do anything. And then I realized, oh, it's over here. Fucking dummy. So yeah, we're not going to make that mistake this time. So we've got some big boys, aggressors. These are kind of close range lads, but I think we're going to start to move this way.
Graphically, it looks fine.
We do have actually one thing I should mention. One of the cool mechanics is facing. So depending on which direction you're facing, you may take more damage if you get attacked in the back, for example, and you'll be more exposed from flanks and things like that. So you do have to be careful which direction you're facing your troops.
Don't like the fact that they walk everywhere.
And you can see the vision as well. We can only see where we're looking. We're not really looking behind us, so we can't see too much back here. So we need to turn a unit around to do that, and that's what we're going to do with this unit. If we bring them over this way, you'll see the little cone of vision allows us to see a little bit more of what's coming. So we're going to move up this way. We've got a whole lot of intercessors. These are nice, pretty much long-range basic infantry.
Just want to see the
I'm sure
combat
all you
because
Blood
it
Angel
seems
fans
like
out
it would
there
be a
will know
fine
all about it.
game.
We got some assault squad as well.
But it could
We got a
also
land speeder. It's
give
going to be good for
maybe combat here.
So we got to protect the librarian dreadnought. If he dies, we fail. If our tech marine dies as well, we fail. So we got to be careful with those boys. Some shots coming in from whatever the hell those flying bastards are. Okay.
Fucking
We've got our big
smash
trap.
him.
We're going to stay in this choke point, try and take some of these out. Does that lovely.
Jesus. Does quite a lot of damage.
Real lovely. Finish that one off. That'll do for us. Tech Marine doesn't really need to do anything at the moment. He can just overwatch. Maybe he can do something. They're just going to stay back there until they get support.
Looked fine. I was hoping for a bit of a base building kind of game. It looks fine, but, you know. I want something that you can build bases with. Like, fuck. But you can play Phasmophobia. Cracked me up. You get to spook. Dude, I fucking hate Phasmophobia. How come did you get a haircut? Lotus, how you doing? Yes, I did. I'm underwhelmed. Dawn of War is more fun. Dawn of War is such a good game. It really is such a fucking good fucking game. But I want a game like Dawn of War, but with newer graphics. You know? It would be nice if it had newer graphics. Or yes, how you doing, brother? No, it isn't Dawn of War 3. I've heard enough of Dawn of War 3 to know that I'm not going to play that. Okay. So shall we get into this? We have Warhammer 40k. Actually, no. We should do this week. Let's see what you guys voted for this week. All Loyalist Space Marine chapters and their successors and chapters of unknown founding and genetic origin. Dude, what the fuck? How are you even expecting me to fucking know this? Dude, there's so many. There's not a single person that knows all of this off by heart. It's just not possible. Look at the incredible amount of fucking shit here. No, bro. There isn't a fucking player in the world. Like, unless they're autistic or some shit, right? And like that's all they do all day. But there's not a player in the world that literally knows every single one of these off by fucking heart. Wait, what's this one here on the side? Space Wolves, the Black Mains, Lemon Russ. Wait, they only have one? Why do they just have the one? Like, all these others have incredible fucking, like, incredibly varied. The Space Marines have the most. Like, they have stupid amounts of successor factions. Didn't I Gutterman's rules of dividing the legions? Ah. Are they still loyal? The Space Wolves? Howl at the Moon, that's why. Fucking Sag. One of the most loyal. They had a clash with the Inquisition, and their gene seed is unstable to boot. But these are all the loyal ones. Okay. Seems like the Ultramarines have the most varied. Of all of them, the Ultramarines definitely created the most successor chapters. Gene seed is unstable in 40k. Then what the hell is at the bottom here? Are these ones that they just don't know who they come from? Goneman is very good at managing chapters, which is passed on to the successor chapters. That's why there's so much. Dude, don't say bad things about Gilliman. Don't fucking call him girly man. I am reading his book, The Dark Imperium, and I can tell you, I understand why humanity would be fucked without him. The man's a hero. He's an absolute fucking legend. This is a cool picture. I like this. I'll approve it. Malice. Oh, we've got quite a number of votes for the Malice video. One of the most stable gene seeds, and we're the largest legion. This my Tau tanks just got delivered. Ultramarines got stuck other end of the galaxy at start of the heresy. His name is just hard to say. How is Gilliman's name hard to say? All right, let's see. Let's see the Malice video, shall we? I love Luton's videos. Always super fucking long. The one that so is it pronounced Rubo? Am I really grind? Good luck, Lotus. Let me spell it right. It's just a meme. Personally, I'm a Vulcan or a Khan fan. Malice, sweet. My favorite Chaos Marines. So, Gilliman. Wait, Robute Gilliman. Okay, I understand why people think that's a hard name to say, actually. Robute Gilliman. Feels like Robu would have been, or Robar would have been a much better fucking name. McCrack. All right, so Malice, as far as I know, Malice is still canon, correct? Apparently, this is quite an old video, but it's not super old. All right, but there's not been any new information that sort of made it clear that he doesn't exist at all. So this is everything that we're covering in this video is still as it is. There's no changes there. For niche topic to begin with? Well, I like niche topics. Only by giving unto him their best could he walk among them, and there he stood, gazing with eyes of fire at the renegade god, the outcast, the lost hierarch of anarchy and terror, Malice. All right.
Well, here we all are again. Having recently spoken about things being canon and not, it seemed to me the most sensible starting point to move on to something safe, something less controversial, something regularly requested by you all, and so that's why I've chosen to talk today about the...
DK Gaming, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate that. I just want to say, less controversial in the 40k universe? Lol. Dude, I react to someone like other people's YouTube videos of Warhammer 40k, and my comment section on YouTube is filled with people attacking me for what is said in the videos. Like, I'll ask a question and someone will be like, oh my god, how dare you fucking ask that, bro? You should know this shit. Like, fuck. You know, oh, this is what happened, shut the fuck up. I'm like, bro, I'm watching this shit because I don't know it. I'm asking a question because I don't understand it. And you're attacking me for asking a question that is wrong according to you, because clearly the right question should have been this. Like, there's no such thing as less controversial in the Warhammer 40k universe. It's all controversial because everyone believes something different to everyone else. It's fucking wild. I love it. That's one of the reasons I love it. but it is wild.
Much celebrated figure for some of the minor chaos god known as Malice. Firstly, before anything else, it's important to be aware that much like the terms Mechanicum and Mechanicus, which are constantly incorrectly placed, sometimes even in official material, the titles of Malal and Malice are also regularly confused and misused as either referring to the same thing or as separate entities but mixed up and placed incorrectly. Likely many of you know this story and the details, but I'd expect that just as many do not, which is why I decided to include Malal in the title so I can hopefully catch all and explain this. Regardless though, today we're primarily talking about Malice. Now I'll expand specifically on the issue of Malal later, but the most critical thing to know is that Malal was a figure from the Warhammer Fantasy verse. It has never been a thing at any time in 40k, nor is it ever likely to be. Within the galaxy of 40k we speak about the largely unseen and mysterious entity known only as Malice. Now, it is also important to address straight out of the gate that many people will consider Malice to be something that is no longer established and recognised in the lore, and for my own sanity, I will avoid using the R word. However, it will probably please many of you with less sweating palms to know that I consider this not to be the case, and as usual...
Yeah, that our Lord and Saviour Luton 09 said that this is not retconned. So all of you, oh my god, they retconned it, Andes, go fuck and suck a dick. It's not retconned, it's absolutely truth.
I will hopefully illustrate to you with very clear reference why that is. Most notably is that despite it not being very explicitly stated, Malice has been referenced in some form via the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and some of you might be shocked to learn, 8th edition of 40k via the Sons of Malice. Not only in the novel Cadia Stands, where they are quite literally being described as active, not merely mentioned as an aside, but they also appear via the 2019 Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2 game, which I will now play for you to illustrate.
The Skelos subsector is located to the galactic west of the Eye of Terror. Its capital planet, Skelos, is a feral world, and was once the homeworld of the Sons of Malice. Once loyal space marines, they turned on the Imperium in the years leading to the 13th Black Crusade. The original name of the Sons of Malice has been lost to Imperial record, but it is speculated that they were one of the 20 chapters of the Astartes Precis, a founding created with the express purpose of safeguarding the region surrounding the Eye of Terror. The cold and unforgiving wastes of Skelos provide the Sons of Malice no shortage of barbaric recruits. Indeed, the Sons' foul religious practices trace their origins to those of the tribesmen from which they sprang. A scouring, conducted by the Cadian 331st, was thought to have ended these grisly traditions. Certainly the natives were thought exterminated, and the Sons of Malice driven off.
Now quite simply, what more proof do you require? I could probably just leave it there really, but I'll note that the most explicit reference comes from the 2009 5th edition short story The Labyrinth, focused entirely on the Sons of Malice. Now granted this is only a short story, it's only 25 pages long, it's part of an anthology, but it does give a good amount of background to the Sons of Malice and even to Malice. And given all that I've mentioned already, it seems that the Eldar are not the only ones using obscure pieces of lore referenced from the 3rd edition that are currently forming 8th edition lore. And this I would hope makes it immediately clear that it's far more difficult for anyone to make the argument against Malice than it is for it in the galaxy of the 42nd millennium. I also hope that this adds to my conversation recently about what is and isn't considered established, or yes I'll say it, canon. Now, I would also make a note of a relatively common contention that some people claim, which is that Malice is not in fact a god of any kind, and instead Malice is something more akin to, say, a powerful demon. Now, it would be wrong of me to say that this was an impossibility, but I personally think it's fairly clear that this is not the intention. It's also revealed in the Labyrinth that the Sons of Malice successfully reveal an unusual and disturbing ability, that is for Malice to appear by being summoned into reality. Now this obviously creates some problems, because with the main gods of chaos, they can project other demons and entities into the material space, into reality, using the warp to do so, but they can't actually exist in the materium itself, or we've never seen any case or example that that was able to happen. But demons, however, we know are able to do this, albeit requiring a vessel in.
I would argue, if I'm going to explain that, I don't know how many of you watched my newest YouTube video on the main channel, but it starts off looking at the warp and the Chaos Gods and then drawing parallels between World of Warcraft and Warhammer and the warp, the realms of the Chaos Gods and the void in World of Warcraft. Now there, I'm going to do the exact same thing here and say that there is probably a chance for beings of the Immaterium, like the Chaos Gods, to exist in the Materium, but it would require an incredible amount of matter or energy. Now, just based on what I know from you guys, the way in which they make malice appear is through human sacrifice. So in other words, if they can manifest enough living energy in one spot, malice can appear for brief moments of time, feeding or anchoring himself to this energy before it dissipates and he has to return. That's probably how they're doing it, and it's most likely possible that all of the Chaos Gods can do this. Some of them just choose not to, or they don't really give a fuck about whether or not it should happen. It could also just be that Malice is so new that he can still do this, but technically, you know, it hasn't happened. Like, it won't after a while, it will be impossible for Malice as well. So as Malice grows in power, the amount of energy that he would need in order to manifest would become so great that it's just physically impossible. There's not enough souls that you could sacrifice to actually get them into the Materium. That's my speculation. We'll hear what Luton has to say about it.
In which to do so, which is something like what Malice does. So this one is definitely something that I would place into the unknown category, not to mention there's only a singular reference to it, so it is open to interpretation. However, I base my assessment that Malice is a minor god on the greater understanding we have of the story related to Malal and Malice. But even within the context of in the galaxy, in the universe itself, you could still see it as being a godlike entity, mainly because the Sons of Malice assert that it is, and we don't have anything really to counter that. But as I've said it myself before, it's the warp, it's all a jumbled mess, so who really knows what's real and what's not? For the sake of argument though, I will continue on my position that Malice is what's believed to be what's referred to as a minor chaos god. We know of course the four main chaos gods, Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle and Slaanesh, but along with these in the warp are many strange entities and spirits which have no particular love for mortal creatures either, and who will regularly attempt to assault and prey upon those who enter its realm, not to mention things like the insidious enslavers. It has also been theorized that there could potentially be more minor chaos gods of what we referred to as chaos. Now, some will consider this completely inviable out of the gate and not established within the lore, and this is true. When we're talking about minor chaos gods, there's not really anything particularly substantial. Malice really stands out. However, as I explained in the last video,
I would say that while not explicitly stated, it makes sense to me. Just logic dictates that it has to. Consider how the Chaos Gods came to become Chaos Gods. It's due to the actions of the Materium that the Chaos Gods were born. So I would argue that it's absolutely plausible that minor gods would be created for lesser emotions. So, you know, we have all measure of emotions that happen in us every single day. Malice, as an emotion, as an action, as a thought, isn't going to be everywhere because not many people have malice. It's a very small amount of people that act with malice. And so Malice being a minor chaos god kind of makes sense, right? That anyone that has malice will feed him, but because not everyone acts with malice, he doesn't get fed as much, so minor chaos god. The nature of the warp works. There should be more entities. It's just that the big four became the largest and strongest. Yeah, I can even imagine that some of these smaller chaos gods get absorbed by the bigger chaos gods. Because they're bigger and they're stronger.
Some things are simply more established than others, and when it comes to chaos and the warp, in my opinion, almost anything is really up for grabs because it's just about the most uncertain poorly defined aspect of the entire 40k verse. So could there be more weirdo things in the vast space of the warp that we barely understand at all? There's no way that you could say that there couldn't be. And currently I've been thinking about this more. I've started to think about overlapping realities, mixed timelines, different visions of interpretation. A lot of people have asked me questions like, well, if what you're talking about canon and retcon is true, Luton, how could the 13th Black Crusade have happened in one way and then another way? How can that all kind of work together? Well, you know, this is getting back into my whole Dark Origins Chaos thing, which I have got on the way. And the Dark Origins of Chaos, thinking about the warp and how it functions and what it means and time and all this kind of stuff, you can start to get into things like alternate timelines, overlapping reality, and all this kind of stuff. Now, I don't think that kind of thing is going to necessarily be applicable at all places at all times, because obviously that would be kind of silly. But just on a slight tangent here, in the context of Cadia, and we're talking about the warp and timelines in the 13th Black Crusade, the way in which the galaxy was torn apart, you could certainly imagine that there were some very mixed up things happening there in terms of time and vision and where people are seeing things and what's actually happening. So I think there's some sphere, some scope for movement, there's some suspension of disbelief which can happen there, which enables those things to work. So my point is just that, like I said already, when it comes to the warp, it's this very shifting, moving entity where there's a lot of stuff people don't understand, there's a lot of things that you can't possibly understand just by kind of definition. And so that enables some leeway when it comes to a lot of details and how things work. And again, that's not going to sit very well for some people. Some people hate that. Some people want to have a nice, clearly locked down story. This is what happens at this date. This is what happens at this date. But honestly, that just isn't how 40k works. But Malice itself is an intriguing entity.
To be fair, though, that's part of the glory, I think, of 40k. And I agree. For some people, 40k is a miserable universe to be a part of. Because, yes, most people like conclusions. It's one of the reasons making speculation videos for World of Warcraft can also sometimes be tricky. Because if you step on someone's foregone conclusions, you almost guaranteed lose a viewer. You have to say the things that they believe to be true. And if you don't, they get really angry at you. Warhammer makes it even harder with having so many things be sort of from the unreliable narrator, right? Where, yes, technically speaking, this would be canon because it has been said before, but considering the source that spoke about it, it could very easily not be fucking true. And for a lot of people, that is almost like death. They can't handle it. And so they take it as, no, it was said, therefore must be true. End of fucking discussion. It can get annoying.
Because unlike the other Chaos Gods who fight against each other, but ultimately want to achieve some form of complete domination, which is also believed to be impossible for them to achieve, hence their unending great game, which always continues on unabated, Malice does not seek this. In fact, it's not really clear what ultimate goal Malice has, but on a more basic level, Malice desires, like the higher gods, to wage war against one another. However, unlike those higher gods, one thing that does seem clear is that Malice seeks to just destroy for the pure sake of destruction.
My kind of guy.
Unclouded, unfiltered, meaningless, wanton destruction. Be that against chaos, or indeed anything else, even itself. So, is Malice a good Chaos God? Clearly, the answer is no. In fact, you could almost make the argument that the four major Chaos Gods are more positive than Malice, because at least they embody some constructive aspects, like the honourable mortal combat for Khorne, ambition and desire for Tzeentch, hope out of despair for Nurgle, pleasure and again also desire for Slaanesh. Now, to be clear, all of those things are twisted to insane extremes, but at least at their core basic level, they are positive, somewhat constructive things. Whereas there is really nothing positive at all about Malice, nothing at all, unless you want to get into the twisted ideas that I've talked about before in terms of perception of what is good and bad, and if you came from one own perspective, how that could be distorted in terms of coming out of the warp. But for Malice, it's simply self-destructive, mindless carnage, with no ultimate goal, no constructive gain, no wider plan. It's just meaningless, irrational obliteration. Malice is not seeking destruction of the other Chaos Gods to acquire power or for any moral purpose. It represents anarchy and pure mindless destruction. It is the ethereal manifestation of this mentality that humans will demonstrate where they kill and destroy and wreak havoc for no other purpose than just because. The emotional impact of such mindless destruction and suffering has often been seen to be far more damaging than those caused by war for other reasons, pestilence or greed. For humans, mindless slaughter and destruction of achievements for no reason is one of the most difficult things to rationalize and come to terms with. Malice also represents something akin to a powerful self-disgust, a hatred of human nature, and moreover, a deep hatred of oneself. Essentially, it's meant to comprise all the concepts we consider to be mindlessly self-destructive. It's where people become completely lost souls and spiral down into a deep pit of feeling worthless, and maybe leading to physical damage even via slow poisoning with drugs and other excesses, as well as physical self-harm, even suicide. Additionally,
so far, Luton has not said a single thing that makes me dislike Malice. It all seems perfectly above board to me. Like, more of Malice, please. Like, fuck. This guy seems to know what the fuck's going on. You know, yeah. Malice for president, why not? seems to want all the right stuff to make this fucking universe truly great.
Those feelings towards oneself can be accompanied by a complete and total apathy for any consequences for the individual or for the wider impact upon others. Essentially, for a mortal reaching a point where you care so little about anything that you no longer care about the wider impact this self-destructive nature may have. To some degree, this could be seen as being almost emotionless, which seems a strange contradiction for a Chaos God, who we know gain a lot of power from the extremes of emotion. So it's possible we don't fully understand how Malice feeds off of this. It could be that this concentrated apathy almost becomes something like an emotion, even though it's not an emotion. There are references in the Labyrinth that talk about Malice's divine gifts of untold power that would send his elite, most exalted warriors to walk the dark paths of the galaxy, slaying.
Well, to that I would say it could be that the actions of those who act with malice. So while the followers lack any sort of emotion, the actions that they enact on others, those emotions might be the very thing that feeds Malice. Or Malice is a minor chaos god exactly because of this lack of emotion. So he doesn't ever get fed, which is why he can't be as strong as the other chaos gods. Instead, he uses subversion and things like that in order to cause mayhem. The Malice are the niche army of chaos, though. But that's why I like him. I definitely don't mind the Sons of Malice so far. They seem cool as shit.
Their enemies with cold efficiency. This theme of cold efficiency and behaving with no emotion comes up again and again with the Sons of Malice. As I've postulated before, I don't believe faith alone is what feeds chaos or the Emperor, and this should be especially obvious with the Emperor because of how he requires being fed constantly with sacrifice. Because faith isn't really an emotion, it's a committed realization to your belief system. Now that can still provide you with solace and confidence, it can make you feel things, but it in and of itself is not a feeling, even though it can sort of appear that way. If you want to hear my expanded thoughts about this, then go and watch my Emperor Part 3 video and the addendum which comes after. But where this leads me to is perhaps an understanding of why it is that Malice is not a more significant power.
That's not
because
creepy.
Although it doesn't seem to represent a specific sphere of emotion, it does have other things going on for it, as I mentioned already. And in knowing that, we can know that the other Chaos Gods represent more like feelings through actions than just pure specific emotion. So I think it can well be that the extremity of your actions and how much they're focused toward a specific god does have relevance. It's also worth considering that a primary synonym for malice is also spite, which obviously aligns with the actions of its followers and core principles, to enact suffering on others intentionally, to hurt, to upset, even when those actions might cause the person who is spiting harm themselves as well. Spiteful actions and words are delivered so that it's clear the individual delivering them is doing so only so as to annoy or hurt or upset the individual they're directed toward. Also, it's worth noting that the other Chaos Gods collect huge amounts of power from humanity in general, as well as from those who specifically worship them with more extreme actions, whereas something like Malice, it has very few who follow it from our understanding, as well as these wider actions of spiteful behaviour minus destruction and carnage, which are likely happening within humanity. Malice is, though, a difficult entity to place, because as any number of Chaos followers who form Chaos Undivided will also engage in actions that could be viewed similarly as a way to attract the attention or gain an audience with an entity, a demon of the warp. The Night Lord's Chaos Space Marines, for example, may regularly keep people in a state of perpetual agony as a way of utilizing their suffering, not completely dissimilar actually to the Dark Eldar, except that obviously one is using it to attract chaos and the other is using it to keep them at bay. But one Night Lord, for example, in order to connect with a demon, was just burning through many prisoners, methodically flaying them to death on a marble slab like raw pieces of meat, one after the other, until the whole floor of the torture chamber was basically an ocean of blood, and the bodies were just discarded as gibbering wrecks nearby. And this is one reason why Malice is an awkward creation, and why it sort of sits in between all the other gods, because you have other Marines, other chapters doing very similar things, so how come they don't kind of align? It's a difficult entity to frame. I think if I had to choose a rationalization, I would say that the followers of Malice derive some gratification from this continual wanton destruction or even self-destructive attitudes, except that this doesn't even seem to have to be physical. It could also be similar to Tzeentch by way of creating disruption and anarchy through surreptitious actions. The more I've come to think about it, Malice to me seems to sit not outside of the main gods, but in a way at the center of them. It's more a combination of clearly not
minor points of contention with the narrator. The two are not different, but Chaos Undivided and the Dark Eldar use it to appease the chaos for different reasons, but the action is the same. Maybe, but I think Luton's point here was more that it's not to feed a specific chaos entity, right? Although I think with the Dark Eldar, it is to appease Slaanesh so that he leaves them alone and doesn't crush them, right? Where the Night Lords seem to just be doing it. I still don't quite understand why the Chaos Gods let the Night Lords do whatever the fuck they do. You know, why do they let them be Chaos Undivided when, as you guys said yourself, the Night Lords don't want, like, they wouldn't let a minor Chaos God survive. Unicorn Poop, how are you doing?
All, but a select group of aspects from the more destructive elements of those gods. So in many ways, you might say that with their powers combined, they can summon Malice, Destroyer of Worlds. So now we come to the Space Marine chapter, the Sons of Malice, and they are traitors to the Imperium, much like Chaos Marines. But unlike Chaos Marines, they were not immediately designated as traitors, but originally referred to as a renegade chapter. At least in the eyes of the Imperium, this means they are not considered to have been corrupted by Chaos. Now, in the more current period for the Sons of Malice, this obviously seems no longer to be the case, but this is probably because the Imperium initially did not fully understand what had happened to the Sons of Malice. Then later, due to their ongoing behaviour, this became more clarified, and now they are most certainly seen as heretics. It's also unclear what their original chapter designation was before the Sons of Malice, because such records have long since been purged. And before we get into more details about the Sons of Malice, there's a couple of red flags I discovered that we need to cover. Now the first is that sometimes you might read reference about a Sons of Malice chapter master, Bakal Drak. Now despite this character being on the 40k wiki and discussed in dotted places online, as far as I can determine, this originates entirely from a fan fiction, not from any official material. I have trawled through all existing material about the Sons of Malice these past 2 days, most of which I physically own, and I found no mention of this figure anywhere in any shape or form, or even alluded to. Which goes to show, as I always say, don't believe everything on the wiki. Many people don't seem to realise that much of, but certainly in my experience not all, but indeed most material on 40k wikis are basically verbatim copy-pastes from official material. So that means usually you're solid. However, you sometimes get these odd references creep in that have been mentioned somewhere, sometime, on an obscure forum, and then somehow ended up on a wiki. In relation to the Drak thing, hilariously, the guy himself who actually wrote the fanfiction even put in his post saying, "This is hilarious, I've seen people quoting this as a real thing now." Now this is actually very bad, because Warhammer 40,000 is confusing enough as it is, but when you start having things like this becoming accepted and talked about, before you know it, people are starting to...
Oh, dude, I can just fucking imagine this, because yes, the Warhammer universe is super confusing, and now you have to start contending with the whole do I even know what I think I know? Because I think I know what I know, but what if what I know isn't what I should know? But I know it because I read it somewhere, but I shouldn't know it because it's not the truth. I mean, that's like, it takes the Warhammer 40k universe and just makes it one of the most dangerous universes that you can ever talk about, because you can't actually know if what you know is the truth. It's mind fucking. It's funny to me that someone managed to do it. Like, some fuck managed to sneak into the wiki and write a post. And it's funny that it's about the general of the Chaos God that basically just wants chaos for chaos sake. The irony is not lost on me here. It is such a really cool moment of irony and just perfection. Like, it's just perfect. You go to a chaotic realm with a chaotic bed of lore, and then you just throw a fucking hand grenade in there. I'll just make this up. And people are going to believe it, and they're going to believe that this is true. Makes it so cool, in my opinion. Too much content to speculate on. True. You end up in the proper Imperial mindset. It's all part of the Alpha Legion's plan. I'm sure the 40k wiki is run by Alfarius. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Call a Baneblade a scout tank. Anyway, who knows how these things get to happening, but in this specific instance, what I think has made it more believable for people is that the name Bakal Drak is very obviously an anagram of Caleb Dark, and this was the original Chaos Champion in the actual material for Malal. Now, I say this is an anagram, it's barely moving a couple of letters, but you know, anyway, on the wiki, it also talks about a gene seed origin, which also seems to be complete speculation and fanfiction from this same headcanon. So, in regards to both, unless somebody can point me at a specific piece of material where either of these things are mentioned, I'm adding it onto my pile of unofficial misdirections, along with my favourite Baneblade scout tank, and the classic grandfather Nurgle, people thinking this actually means something when it has absolutely zero to do with Chaos God chronology. The only senior figure we see officially mentioned.
What's Grandfather Nurgle? What exactly is that?
For the Sons of Malice, and who is very definitely a chapter master, is one Lord Cathel. But wait, I'm not done yet. There's also another semi-common confusion surrounding the Sons of Malice, where they're designated as being one of 20 Space Marine chapters referred to as the Astartes Priestess. Now, apparently the mere mention of the number 20 combined with the word Astartes is enough to make people freak out and start wild assumptions that somehow, despite the timelines being totally out of whack, they are one of the two missing original 20 legions. Now, it's so obviously not this that I feel stupid even having to state it, but for clarity, no, the Sons of Malice were not one of the two missing legions purged from the original 20 Astartes, and then all Imperial records were expunged. The Astartes Priestess were simply 20 chapters founded after the heresy to guard the regions surrounding the Eye of Terror, so it has nothing at all to do with the legions themselves at the beginning. So with those interesting caveats done, we can return to the Sons of Malice. Now when it comes to chapters who have turned traitor, the numbers who have done this can only be estimated at. Why they do so is difficult to say, though some circumstances of such rebellion can be at least theorised. Even within the ranks of the Adeptus Ministorum, no clerics drawn between two different worlds are going to share the same view of the nature of the god even that they worship. Theosophical debates rage divided in their understanding of the Emperor's divinity. We see this in the Inquisition as well. But despite their agreed figure of worship, debate is still going to occasionally turn into division, and division into aggression. And this happens all throughout the Imperium. So a great...
Mads, what's wild to me is the amount of people that actually like Nurgle. Like, it's such a disgusting thing, and there's people that actually fucking like it, bro. These are the same people that watch Scatborn, I'm sure of it.
Many worlds are going to express their devotion to the Emperor in a relatively unique manner, or at least on a sliding scale. And this also applies to Space Marine chapters, who may choose to revere the Emperor and their own Primarchs in a manner that's fairly unique to themselves. Many will adore him not as a god, but as a founder and patron of the Space Marine legions, while the beliefs of other chapters may diverge even further.
Sloan? Slanesh? The god that wants you to fuck as much as possible is not Nice. Dude, you and I have had very different upbringings.
Further, these deviations have occasionally led to frictions and even open conflict between Astartes themselves and Adeptus Ministorum. Now, such a conflict is unlikely to arise from a simple difference of opinion. However, for no matter how abhorrent a member of the ecclesiarchy may find the beliefs of a Space Marine chapter, or Inquisitors for that matter, there's no denying that the Space Marines are the living embodiment of the Emperor's divine wrath, and their mandate is granted by the Emperor himself. Now, open conflict is more likely to arise from the actions of a
Dan Rat Guy, there's no love making in the 40k universe. Everyone knows it. It's heresy to make love. In the 40k universe, you have to fuck. The absolute fucking is required in the 40k universe. We will take care of that in due time, no worries. Slice key by brother.
Clerics say overstepping their bounds of authority, it can only be assumed that insanity, treachery, or worse, perhaps demonic or alien intervention, would in most cases lie at the heart of the matter. But on occasion, it may be that an Inquisitor who moves against a chapter, for many Astartes such an action would be completely intolerable, and for Inquisitors this would only be considered in the absolute most extreme of circumstances, because an entire chapter of Space Marines is a foe that few armies could hope to challenge. And upon declaring such a chapter excommunicatus, an Inquisitor will attempt to determine the root cause of the rebellion in order to gauge the potential obstacles there's going to be in neutralizing it. Should an Inquisitor suspect the corruption of chaos as the reason for the chapter's fall from grace, then Grey Knights might be mobilized. Should a doctrinal heresy prove the immediate cause, then Elite of the Adeptus Sororitas might be the only force considered capable of prosecuting a war of faith against the wayward chapter. In any regard, such an event is of such importance that it would likely attract the attention of the commander of the Imperium. Even an Inquisitor would not bring forth such accusations without irrefutable evidence. And in saying this, actually gaining...
Man's got this, bro. You don't have to worry about anything in the 40k universe, because no matter what happens, you know that Gilliman's got you, bro. Like, the man does not sleep. He's sleep deprived, but he fucking works his ass off to make sure that the Emperor and the Empire remains. I love it. I wanted to say something else, but I can't remember. He just mentioned it, and then... Oh! How many Space Marines would it take to kill one Grey Knight? Like, Grey Knights are better than Space Marines, right? Not too many, actually. It depends what chapter. Depends on dice rolls. If there are Space Marines in StarCraft 3, I guess I'd say about 20 or 30. You're going to ask to change the light bulb. Trick question, mate. You can't kill him. Obviously, you can fucking kill... like, everyone can die in this universe.
That evidence against a suspected renegade chapter would usually be near to impossible, and the reason for this is that even loyal chapters view outsiders with caution and would not admit them to their inner sanctum without express rationalization for doing so. And in the rare instance of a chapter actually publicly abandoning its vows to the Emperor, then obviously no investigation would be necessary, as the evidence would be clearly visible and damning in the extreme. Again, it is not recorded exactly how many chapters have been purged in this way, as all record of their existence will be expunged upon their defeat, but it can be estimated that as many as a dozen chapters have been completely destroyed and subsequently deleted from record, while a small number of others have been declared excommunicatus, and then these are still at large somewhere in the galaxy. The Badab Uprising demonstrated that there can in fact exist degrees of rebellion. Aside from the Astral Claws, 3 other chapters rebelled against the rule of the Imperium during the conflict: the Lamenters, Executioners, and the Mantis Legion, who are also known as the Mantis Warriors, probably to avoid any confusion there. These chapters simply found themselves on the wrong side of the conflict, and it would seem that hubris rather than heresy kept them fighting for over a decade. Many notable chapters have found themselves under investigation or engaged in open conflict against other factions. In an area as large as the Imperium, grievance and misunderstanding are seen to be unavoidable from time to time. The chapters that sided with the Astral Claws at Badab were investigated after this was resolved and found to be free from treachery. However, their homeworlds were forfeited to the loyalist chapters who fought against them, and the rebels sent on a penitent crusade as punishment for their crime. Often, the progress of the fall of a chapter goes unseen until the dramatic moment at which it is judged to have crossed the line and turned renegade. In fact, even the term renegade is only relevant to outsiders, a matter of judgment rather than objectivity. For example, a Space Marine chapter may subjugate a rebel world and be welcomed by the survived populace as saviours and begged to rule over them. Such a situation is not without precedent, for the Ultramarines rule an entire realm, but this is most definitely outside of the mandate of a Space Marine chapter, and so the sin of pride may lead a chapter down the road to ruin. So as the traitor legions fled to the Eye of Terror after their defeat at Terra, so too have other rebels sought to establish themselves in areas of the galaxy where the Imperium may not easily follow. Now the Sons of Malice are one such chapter. The Sons were founded in order to guard the western reaches of the Eye of Terror, but instead they ultimately fled into the Eye itself after an Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus unveiled their gruesome heretical behaviour. Some Space Marine chapters will fall into disrepute by nature of their station, some worlds proving to be so difficult to exist in or so strange in their practices that over time this has led to a slow bleeding corruption. Originally, the captain of the first company of the Sons of Malice, Cathal, was instrumental in the chapter's fall from the Emperor's grace. Cathal and his company had successfully concluded the Silix 225 campaign, in which 3 sub-oceanic hives in the rebellious Silix system were scoured of the heretics who were threatening to depressurize them as an expression of their misguided devotion. The company's prolonged victory celebrations, led by the murderous Cathal, were observed by Inquisitor Pietas, a senior member of the Ordo Hereticus, who was revolted at what she saw as practices verging on cannibalistic. Pietas immediately mobilized a strike force of Adepta Sororitas Celestians who deployed from orbit aboard drop pods, making planetfall in the midst of the company at the height of their celebration. And this strike force found Cathal and his company a horde of fevered maniacs. Having worked themselves into a state of animalistic barbarity over the course of their celebrations, Cathal's armour was splattered with gore and blood ran from his mouth as he presided over the ceremony. Cathal and his brethren fell upon the strike force with a savagery the Inquisitor was entirely unprepared for. The Celestians fought bravely, but their number were far too few, and their faith, though strong, could not overcome the sheer fury, rage and unrepentant brutality of Cathal and his men. The Sons of Malice reportedly fight in utter silence, and for those who have fought against them, this is something that creates a deep, disturbing aura surrounding them. By the light of the burning torches, Cathal cornered the Inquisitor and dragged her before his altar alive, where she was then horribly ritually sacrificed. This
Dude, what the fuck? Wow, these guys are fucking nuts.
heinous deed earned the Sons of Malice excommunication. The native tribes were then almost entirely eradicated by the Sororitas and Cadian 331st in a planet-wide campaign of brutal, merciless, Imperial-sanctioned genocide. So basically, Wednesday for the Imperium. Skelos was declared perdita, this designation not specifically explained anywhere, but it translates as lost, which makes sense. Captain Cathal is now a truly ancient Marine. Having lived far beyond the age of any mortal human, he still remains as the Sun's current chapter master. Every century the Sons of Malice will make a pilgrimage and return to an ancient ship known as the Labyrinth. This is a huge Imperial ship long since operational. Its rotting metal carcass drifts around the warp in the Eye of Terror. It is essentially a space hulk, but not to be confused with the space hulks of the Dark Age of technology. The Labyrinth serves as a gathering place for the Sons of Malice, and it is considered sacred to them. But for any other who enter, it is surely a hellscape. Every century, the members of the Sons of Malice will attend the Labyrinth gathering regardless of their current status or with which enemy they're engaged in. For some, it can take many months to reach the Labyrinth, but it is also reported that as many as 1,000 slaves of any and all races in the galaxy, human or otherwise, are brought to the Labyrinth for this specific event. Each brother of the chapter can then isolate themselves, where they will proceed to eat alive the slave assigned to them. It's also described, though, that they will gather in groups publicly, having discarded their power armor, and congregate to then devour their victim. Slathered in the blood and ichor of their chosen sacrifice, they've even been known to consume loyalist Astartes, keeping them alive as long as possible in the process, as blood-curdling screams echo throughout the vast ancient vessel. At this gathering, some of the Sons of Malice will set off into the halls of the labyrinth to compete for a place among the legendary Doomed Ones. Only one can make it to the end and escape. The rest will either die or be transformed into the beasts that inhabit the ship as the warp slowly corrupts it. But for many in the Sons of Malice, this was not made clear. Those taking part in the trial were known to have even encountered those who failed but remained trapped within its endless vast corridors, presumably existing here for at least over a century. And it seemed that while several brothers took part in the challenge, only one could then proceed to this final stage, something they gradually became aware of. This would then leave the rest trapped. As the chosen few progress through the labyrinth, it suddenly becomes apparent that the mutant horrors patrolling the labyrinth and killing them are in fact failed Sons of Malice, who did not complete their labyrinth challenge and have slowly become twisted, mutated horrors by the warp itself. The symbolism, of course, of this challenge should be fairly obvious, that the renegade Astartes are forced to actively fight against one another, something which becomes steadily more clear as they discover that then only one of them can ultimately be victorious, or so they believed. As he neared the portal, Agon stopped, slowly turning with a smile. "I'm truly sorry, my brothers, but it seems I must leave you. I wish that Something streaked from the dark, cutting Agon off mid-sentence. A huge chitin claw, ancient and battered, gripped around his waist, lifting him 5 meters into the air. Agon screamed, blood gurgling from his mouth as the claw squeezed tight. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground, innards spilling onto the hard steel decking. Then it walked from the shadows. 4 massive limbs carried its great bulk forward. It was a mass of flesh and steel metal plates cauterized to a body of seething blubber. 2 great claws reached out into the 4 and clacked together menacingly, but it was the head that was the most hideous, a twisted, bloated replica of a face that might once have been human, but was now so savage and malign as to be almost unrecognizable. As Brother Invictus watched in horror, its great jaws opened, and it bellowed forth its incessant call. "Let me out!" It screamed, filling the hall with its ear-splitting roar. It was now all too clear. This was no ancient war cry Invictus had been hearing, it was simply the maddened ranting of an insane mutant, caged for centuries and left to the mercy of the warp's corrupting influence. And now, it was the only thing standing in the way of victory. Now, for an event like the Labyrinth, even among Chaos Marines, such self-destructive horror is not all too common, not in such a designated, planned fashion anyway. Ultimately, having lied and killing his brother Marine, only one would remain, Brother Invictus. And before this final labyrinth, the challenge had taken place 10 times previous, finally 11 being Malice's sacred number. Much of what the Sons do seems to be dictated around the number 11, with each victor's body having been stored in caskets until this final champion had been identified. Brother Invictus saw these caskets being dragged out and feeling that he was victorious and would finally be rewarded by Malice for his huge effort. Mysterious chanting echoed through the chamber as Chapter Master Cathal spoke to him. "You've proven yourself the best among us, Invictus. You have proven you're without peer for your strength and cunning. You're the most potent, the latest to prove himself worthy to join the Doomed Ones." The 10 other champions surrounding Invictus in the caskets had been interred but were seemingly still alive. They were described as their bodies remaining robust, but their minds being vacuous, suggesting that these had slowly become vegetabilized, having been held captive for so long, or else deliberately mind-wiped. These, along with Invictus, who was by now realizing to his horror that he would not be able to gain any special power to allow him to fight onward, they would instead all be sacrificed so that Malice could finally appear to them, and the Sons of Malice could begin their crusade to retake their homeworld of Skelos. As the darkness descended upon them, his flesh began to flay from his bones, his entire body becoming consumed. All the Sons of Malice would watch on, observing this spectacle in total silence. After it was all over, all that was left was a dark revenant. Eyes burning, here before them stood the renegade god of anarchy and terror. It was Malice. The world of Skelos itself exists from the Imperial perspective as a stark example to any who would test the tolerance of the appointed representatives of the Holy Order of the Emperor's Inquisition. the Imperium still believed the Sons of Malice had continued to patrol within the Eye of Terror, where they waged a hate-fueled war against anyone and anything that they encountered, be that Imperium or indeed more regularly, followers of Chaos. Yet it eventually became apparent that the Sons of Malice had not completely abandoned their homeworld, and they still venture out from the Eye of Terror itself, specifically seen at Skelos, their former homeworld, and the reasons for these dangerous incursions, or what if any further plans they have within Imperial space, are unknown. In addition to their unusual habit of fighting in near total silence, methodically and with no mercy whatsoever, the Sons of Malice are vicious, brutal and bloodthirsty in the extreme, and this coupled with their habit of capturing living enemy or even just innocent civilians for their strange rituals or to feed upon while their victims are still alive makes them easily as disturbing as any of the other Chaos Marines such as Night Lords, Iron Warriors or even the Death Guard.
Jesus.
Now, the true origin of Malice and Malal are perhaps to some degree more interesting than its in-universe iteration, although also quite comically, the consequences were appropriately.
Well, not just the Chaos God, the Galliffield does the same thing, right? Where it sort of blocks the twisting nature of the warp. It's just interesting to me, like, why the warp is so incredibly fucking unstable. Like, what exactly is inside it, but more importantly, what was it like before its instability?
Self-destructive. It's fairly ironic that a fictional figure themed around uncaring self-destruction would lead to it basically making itself unusable for both parties involved, thereby destroying itself. And this all begins before 40k, in fact 2 years before it had even been created. We're back in the world of the very early 1980s world of Warhammer Fantasy, and in the late 80s, Warhammer Fantasy as Games Workshop's flagship concept was beginning to be expanded upon. The 4 main Chaos Gods that still exist today had been conceptualized, their general core concepts were fleshed out, and have remained largely unchanged to this day. Games Workshop, as it was at the time, wanted to
Max, okay, so from the little bit of research I did for my WoW script, that kind of the warp and the chaos isn't automatically the same thing. So you have the warp, which is a thing, and then within the warp you have chaos realms, right? That belongs to all of the different chaos gods. But the warp wasn't always chaotic, at least based on the research that I did. So something must have happened to it to drag it into this chaotic state where it too is now basically a chaos realm of its own. So you have the chaos realms of each of the chaos gods, but then you have this bigger realm that is basically a realm of chaos in and of itself. Enjoy, I'm having a glass of wine right now after the sandwich. Nice, Aeschylus. The warp is kind of like the soup that the chaos bacteria grew on. Yeah, and that happened around the time of the War in Heaven. There are non-chaos warp entities. Major Kill has a recent video about some of them. The base we have, it's the consequence of the War in Heaven. Yeah, but I'm more interested in what the warp looked like before the War in Heaven. I'm not sure if I'll ever find, if there's any information on that, but because that might give us some inclination of what exactly is going on there now.
Expand upon this core base of gods by creating a number of what were referred to as minor chaos gods. And just as with the original Rogue Trader for 40k, these early times were quite experimental, with many concepts just being thrown to the wall to see what stuck best. And later, with the release of 2nd edition, it became clear that a lot of stuff had been omitted from those original times because they'd cut away the dead wood that wasn't working, with the aim of creating stronger core brands for both the fantasy and 40k iteration. Basically, to keep the things that were working and drop the stuff that was not. Before any of that though came while they were still toying with these ideas about minor chaos gods, and Games Workshop brought on board 2 freelance writers to assist in this development. Writers whose names you should recognise as they were legends writing considerable material for Judge Dredd, John Wagner and Alan Grant. Now, Games Workshop wanted to collaborate on a comic book series for the Citadel Journal. I say collaborate, they wanted them to write it for them, that would expand on this idea of the minor chaos gods. And this series would centre around the figure of Caleb Dark. You remember me mentioning that earlier. With this comic series, The Quest of Caleb Dark, Dark was very much what you would qualify as an anti-hero. He was a Chaos champion. His most notable accessory was a shield that has become very visually synonymous with what we recognise as Malal and Malice, the distinctive black and white split pattern. So that has actually originated right back from the very beginning. So Dark was this champion for Malal, as per the destructive nature of the god. In the comics, Dark is even seen to be self-harming as a way to commune with Malal, the god itself, because this god aligns with those exhibiting a highly self-destructive nature. As Games Workshop was preparing the original Realm of Chaos books, Slaves to Darkness and The Lost and the Damned, which side note also contained material for 40k, Games Workshop, as it was then, wanted to obviously include the narratives related to Caleb Dark and Malal. The problem they encountered was that Wagner and Grant had, as sensible freelance writers, copyrighted their creations that had been sold on to Games Workshop in the comics, and this is something that as a freelance creator you're completely allowed to do, unless it's otherwise stipulated in your contract, because if something is your creation, you're basically going to want to prevent that from being exploited later down the line. Now, in modern times this would never happen, because any contract these days would explicitly state that whatever you're creating for a company, whether you're a freelancer or working there, becomes the property of that company that you're working for. This is just completely standard. But back here in the early days, it seems that the guys heading up Games Workshop had not immediately thought of this issue. These were more innocent days, indeed. And it's been described later as merely a misunderstanding and a clash of culture at the time. But it basically comes down to simply not a properly...
Yeah, clash of culture. You guys created something from your own minds that I think belongs to me. And it's my culture that anything you create is mine. And your culture is that if you create it, it's yours. But that's just the wrong way to think of things. That you should instead think about it as my thing that you just happen to have created. In my opinion, those together and the more combined would be a paradise compared to the warp. Yeah, World of Warcraft doesn't go that deep into like super dark stuff, which is actually a little bit sad because World of Warcraft could absolutely go full dark, right? WoW could have been the next grim dark universe, but they don't. They sort of. It feels like the creators of World of Warcraft are like ultramarine fanboys. Without all the sort of destruction that goes around or that happens around the Ultramarines. They wanted to create something that's a little bit more just, family friendly almost. The furries, even Final Fantasy is darker than WoW? Yeah, true.
Prepared contract that enabled Games Workshop to own the rights to the material that was being made for them. You live and learn, don't you? However, it's basically unknowable if there was ever any malicious intention behind this, in the sense that did Wagner and Grant deliberately do this on the sly, knowing that if they'd just bothered to flag it with Games Workshop, they'd have been told straight away, wow, no way, we need to amend those contracts immediately. We can't ever really know this. It might have just been two writers very actively making sure that they maintained control of their characters, they didn't see anything in their contract which said otherwise, so it could have just been a very simple misunderstanding. And it's so long in the past now that anybody's true intention is total speculation, no one could really say otherwise. But the key point of this is that as of 1988, there was no further mention of Malal anywhere, certainly not in the Realm of Chaos books, and in essence the concept of Malal as an entity in Warhammer Fantasy was and is dead. More importantly though, and this is my opinion, I think that this copyright issue had big implications for Games Workshop, firstly in it still wanting to probably get further use out of Malal. It was quite a good concept, but also that I think this incident had far bigger ramifications in the sense that Games Workshop from here on became very aggressive in controlling their copyright for creations, right up to the most recent times with Primaris and the Eldari, when it became clear a little while ago that Space Marines and Eldar were not quite unique enough names. It's been constructive for the community in the past 10 years that Games Workshop have relaxed a little bit, because it really helps further community creations like, say, the Astartes series or text-to-speech, things that would have simply been unimaginable previously with the way Games Workshop would have approached things years and years ago. But what I'm getting at here is that with a due sense of irony, the creation that was Malal and Malice actually ended up being, that's right, highly self-destructive force even outside of the lore, which I think is quite hilarious. Games Workshop, for some reason that we will likely never know, were unable to come to an amicable agreement regarding the use of Malal, which, it's worth remembering, Games Workshop back then was not a very sizable company as it is today. Most likely, But again, my total speculation, Ragnar and Grant either wanted too much for the use of their characters, or perhaps they just outright refused for them to be used. Maybe they thought they wanted to do something with them themselves later on, although that...
Based on people in chat, I'm assuming that there's new mention of Malal in the fantasy series. And Domak, so the burning of the Night Elves was an interesting sort of time for World of Warcraft because, yeah, jumping into sort of that side of things, true, right? It's not something that WoW does often. But if you think also about how far World of Warcraft could have taken it and how they basically ended very short of what it could have been, that would have been very different, right? We mean that Astartes and TTS both stopped because of Games Workshop bullshit. Goblin Spore, I think what... Okay, so how old is this video? This was made in 2020. So when did the TTS and the Astartes shit start?
That would have been very difficult because all the other stuff was owned by Games Workshop, so they were never really going to be able to do anything with those characters. It seems strange that they wouldn't just sell them, make a buck and move on, but there you go. Either way, Malal was done in Warhammer Fantasy, although it should be noted there were very light references to Renegade Chaos followers over the years. But this didn't stop it surreptitiously bleeding into 40k as the figure known as Malice.
Yep, does Malice exist?
So lastly, my final opinion on Malice. Does Malice exist within the galaxy of 40k? My answer to this is rationalised in two parts. Firstly, as we already explored, once something is part of the 40k verse, it remains part of it. Rewrites can occur, contradictions can occur, but once it's out there, it has happened. Maybe in an overlapping reality, as I said before, or similarly some alternate temporarily merged warp-skewed timeline. That's really my favourite current rationalisation. But Malice is certainly not just some entity alluded to in one-off mentions. It's not something which is like, oh, has that been overwritten or changed? Nope, it's been repeatedly given a wink and a nod in actual written material also of official publications for many years via the Sons of Malice, and as recently as last year in 2019. I think the best way to put it is that Games Workshop, at the least, want to keep Malice as an option on the table. There's certainly nothing that explicitly goes against it, beyond the fact that it's only been mentioned sporadically from time to time. Overall, Malice via the Sons of Malice has more material going for it than some other more obscure things, like the Sang Primus Portum that I talked about recently. In some respects, it's referenced even more than the Emperor doing his trip to Moloch, and people can't let go talking about that. The second part of my thinking is related to a favourite example of mine that demonstrates why obscure lore elements not being mentioned often remain relevant, and that something not being mentioned is absolutely no reason to discount it. And I'm talking, of course, about Aeneid and the Inari. Now, Aeneid, who is...
Wait, there's actually people that believe that whenever... So if it's been a while since since certain things have been mentioned, then no, it's just no longer true. That's a stupid way to look at something. The only way something isn't true is if the company comes out and makes it untrue by writing something that stands in direct contrast to it. One of the reasons Games Workshop replaced Warhammer Fantasy was so that they would get a better control of IPs and trademarks. I do think, I've said this before, we've spoken about this before, so I'll just quickly give you my thoughts for anyone that's new. I think Games Workshop are shooting themselves in the foot quite a lot. Because it's one thing to go after people that's writing books. So for example, if I went and I wrote a fan fiction book for Warhammer 40k, right? But not just fan fiction, not like just a couple of paragraphs, but a proper book. And I sold that book on Amazon. Absolutely. Games Workshop has the right to come in and say, dude, what the fuck do you think you're doing? This is our universe. We created this universe. You're writing books with the 40k label on it and selling it, making money off of this, creating lore that we did not okay, nor did we give you the right to write it. Absolutely understand. But when it comes to something like YouTube, right? YouTube is basically the fan fiction version of old school forums. Most people that make videos on YouTube, people understand that those things are fan fictions. It's speculation, it's lore coverage, things like this. It serves more, in my opinion, as advertisements than what it does as stealing from the content. So something like the Astartes series, what was that cinematic called? Like the guy did fucking massively cool Astartes video, right? Things like that. It's advertisements for your universe. And yeah, the guy's making a couple of bucks, right? He's making some money on YouTube. It's a really cool video, really cool cinematic. People love it. But what happens right after that? People go and say, wait, but this was really cool. I want to see what this universe is actually like. And then they might pick up the universe. So what Games Workshop is doing is saying, no, we don't want you to do that because it steals people from us. So we'll put it behind a paywall because that's somehow going to serve as more advertisement when no one can fucking see it unless they've already seen it. It's such a stupid fucking business model. I get they were trying to build that capacity themselves, but they should have just left those small projects to build hype for their stuff. Dude, if you want to do it yourself, pay the fucking money to do it yourself. Do not force YouTubers to sort of do this on your behalf. Because there's again other ways of doing things like this. So for example, you could have told the guy that made the Astartes videos, you could have said, hey, we loved your work here. We're busy setting up this Warhammer Plus thing. Would you, like, how much would you charge us to do a series like you did with the Astartes for Warhammer Plus? So you can keep doing your Astartes thing. We don't want to steal that shit. That's your shit. That's really cool. But how much would you charge us to do a similar thing for Warhammer Plus? And I'm pretty sure that guy would have been like, dude, absolutely. Yeah, fuck, let's go. Or the guy that did the text-to-speech stuff. Again, let him do his text-to-speech stuff. Just ask him, hey, would you do it for us? And maybe we'll even throw in an actual voice actor so you don't have to do text-to-speech. We'll throw in a voice actor and see how it goes. I think you would get a lot further because not only then will you get Warhammer fans to sign up to Warhammer Plus, you'll even get fans of the YouTubers to sign up to Warhammer Plus because they want to see what their favorite YouTuber is doing on Warhammer Plus. Instead, now, almost no one has signed up to Warhammer Plus because it's fucking useless. I liked 40k since the release of Dawn of War 17 years ago, but I made my first army because I learned about the Gouvet side. I don't have a fucking clue what that is.
Post to destroy Slanesh and thereby enable the Eldar to once again be reborn with no fear of death. The reason Aeneid and the Inari are important here is because much like Malice, Aeneid existed formerly as just a single obscure reference in the 3rd edition, and then it was not mentioned at all until the most recent times of the 8th edition of 40k, where suddenly Aeneid has now become a core part of the 40k narrative. It's a massive part of what's happening right now. So both these very straightforward, easy to understand points, I feel, should quite readily demonstrate that ideas mentioned decades previously in the lore can not only be reinvigorated, but become major parts of the lore once again. Now, I will also freely admit that I do think there is some doubt and further evidence required to establish just exactly what Malice is in 40k. Is he a powerful demon or some form of minor god? I would also say, how do you define what the difference is there? Just off the top of my head, I guess a god can create and do things like that, whereas a demon just exists. Both are immortal in the sense that we understand that definition. I think now all that's left to say is, how long will it be before we see Malice once again? What could it mean for the galaxy, and indeed the Chaos Gods, in this time of supreme disruption and chaos throughout the galaxy?
Tomorrow they announce there's a new book. Dude, Luton's videos are always fucking wild to me, bro. Like, the amount of effort this guy puts into his videos is next level. I literally finished a 10-minute video yesterday, right? So yesterday morning, I started editing my video. For the 2 days prior to that, I was collecting footage, B-roll, going through the script and sort of having to choose, right, from this line to this line, I need this image. And from this line to this line, I need this image. And then going through the script again and going, right, this is the music that I want here. This is the kind of music that I want here. So it took about 2 days to compile everything before I even started editing. Then the edit took about 7 hours. yeah, let's say, so I had 4 hours to edit, then my power went off. And then after that, I edited for another, I was busy for another 3 hours or something. But because I had that break with no power, it takes a while to get back into it. So let's say 2 hours. So let's say 6 hours that it took me to edit the video. That was a 10-minute fucking video. This video is 45 minutes long. And even there, going through like quotes and stuff, you have to go look for those quotes. But you have to know what quote it is you're looking for, right? Because you can't just make it up. If you want to quote something, you have to look, first of all, know where the quote is. Then you have to find that quote so that you make sure that you have the right quote. Dude, Luton is a fucking machine. And I see his 40k artwork folders. Dude, I've done 3 highly edited videos now, and I already have like 12 folders of different sort of things just filled with fucking screenshots and stuff. Just work faster, dude? No, it's not possible to work faster because everything has to be thought about. Like, for every single one of my videos, I constantly think about, right, I need music here, but this is where I want the music to stop because I want to go into the next song, but I can't go into the next song too fast. Or I need the music to sort of overlap here because I'm creating a different feel and sense. So you can't go slow. You can't go fast. If you go too fast, you'll lose the essence of what the video is. I'm still working my way up to reaching like fucking Luton levels of editing. Style video is great. It goes up till the founding. This filthy Xenos fucker in my chat with his Tau Weebery bullshit the whole time. Profile. Is the Tau the Imperium? Does the Tau have Gilliman? Do they have the Emperor? I think not, sir. So stop fanboying over the fucking Tau, bro. Just come to the Imperium, come have some fun with us as we shoot the Tau in the dick. Because they're useless, bro. Resurrected by a Xeno bitch? Yeah, because she knew what the fuck was good for her. Tyranids? Fuck them too. I don't know much about them, though. We've actually never watched the video on the Tyranids. These young vermin argue is music. Gonna go ponder my chronosphere. Jesus. You suggest Necron videos? Called it half of that resurrection. I don't know what is what at this point. But I like this video. I like the Malice video. Remember, guys, if you want me to react to stuff, the best place to do that is Reddit. Yeah, it's absolutely fucking Reddit. Tau castrate and sterilize humans that live in the region. Xenos scum. For some of you who this morning, how you doing, brother? I'm not going to click that. Click what profile? Tyranids is the one hive mind, the guy who can eat the whole galaxy. Click the link, please. What's this link? Avalon, what is this fucking link? Dude. Smurfs love picking blueberries. Wait, is this the Tau? Anti-Tau propaganda? Yeah, but it's not propaganda. It's real. I can absolutely see how the Ultramarines would fuck the Tau. Like, look at these small little insignificant Tau. Like, just look at them there. The bitch blueberry on the right. Yeah, it's getting fucking sliced to shit. They're like 5 feet tall. They would actually be that big difference too. Jesus. Dude, imagine standing in front of something like this and the general behind you is going, kill that. and you're looking at the general, you're looking at the fucking Space Marine, and you're like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Kill that. Have you seen the size of that thing? Just blow up with a battle suit? The Tau classified Marines as heavy vehicles when they first encountered them. Heavy vehicles, Jesus. Although that's just a few warriors. When Tau get the crisis battle suits, it gets a bit epic. There is a video on the Reddit about the first Imperial versus Tau war. Tau, naivety is cute. I don't know why you would like the Tau, bro. The Tau was such bitches. They didn't believe the Titans existed until they got reamed. Wait, but Grofile said that the Imperium have lost both times, or twice now, to the Tau. Is that true? Vehicles, and then they saw Titans. Oh. Lost is such a loaded word. Yes, that lost all wars, just won some battles. Dude, Grofile, I don't believe you because you're a fucking agent of the Tau. No noses, so that means no gag reflex. No, they just had Tyranids ex machina to distract them. The Imperium have. They left because there were more important battles to fight. The Imperium didn't put any resources in as they're insignificant. See? Then they got a bit too big for their boots, so the lads went in this picture happened. Tower a bunch of space commies, fuck them. Not really lost, they had just more immediate threats to take care of. Grofile. You see that? Like, bro, you guys are so insignificant to the overall story that the Imperium is engaged with you in war, seeing your prowess as battle wardens. And then they go, boys, we can come back here and deal with these guys another time. We've got a meeting that we have to get to with some other things that's really fucking heavy. Let's go. We'll be back. Peace. Right? And then they probably leave, and as the Tau look on, they go, see ya. And then they leave, and then we'll come back and we'll just fucking wreck your shit. Because that's what we do. Even the new faction, Votan, has more than Tau? Jesus. Dog other cultural exchange with the Tau? Just watch the first war video, then let's Major Kill tell you. There is a fucking amazing quote from one of the books where a Tau fire warrior opens up a Dreadnought, and the computer systems the Tau has ID'd the Dreadnought as being older than the Tau as a species. Jesus. Only cool thing the Tau have done is they are trying to mimic the Emperor's Saints with technology. Get nothing against the Tau pod from occasional weeb joke. They are just really boring to play against. Just pew pew pew. I don't actually hate anyone. I like giving Grofile shit because he really likes the Tau. And I don't actually know shit about the Tau, right? So I'm just being an ignorant fucking Uranus here. I have no legs to stand on. I know literally nothing about the Tau other than people have told me they're space communists. I have no idea what they are or who they are or anything like that. But I like giving Grofile shit because he likes them. And I like the Imperium. So I've just decided that fuck him. Slap. Rosana, how you doing, brother? Oh, fuck. Ugh. Yeah, you gotta smack them down. The Tau get too big for their breeches every once in a while. So to take a race that have giant pussies on their face. Wait, what? The Tau have giant pussies on their face? What are you talking about? The Salamanders even hate the Tau? Reason enough? That's true. In the lore, the Tau stuff looks cool as fuck, though. And while you're busy fighting each other, you both underestimate the Daka. Dude, no one underestimates the Daka. It's just that the orcs are fucking stupid. All right, chat. Who are we raiding? I have to go. My power's going out soon. Wait, these are them? Dude, that's not like... Looks like a bank card slot. It looks like the kind of place where you're going to push a bank card in, you know? Like, per year. Just, kind of looks like a pussy, but not quite. Second one. The second one's small as shit. They do look... You know what they look like? They remind me of Voldemort. Like, did they come out after Harry Potter? Because they kind of look a little bit like Voldemort. On the space vagina. True. Did they come out before? Give me a picture of the fucking Tau female then. If you think that's gonna make any difference to the overall story. Dude, what the fuck? That's just female Voldemort. Plus, this isn't really, like, is it? I don't see shit. And so their hole in their face is like 3 lines. Our lovers play Draenei? We're not gonna over sexualize them? Yeah. It seems like. Are there any hot chicks? Like, any hot chick faction in Final Fantasy 40k? Chicks, a lot is not safe for work. Yeah. You didn't say propaganda. Yeah, but it's only propaganda for us. You actually believe that shit, Profile. Actually, just like psychotic, psychic war fungus. I don't know. My brother's actually reading a book about fungi, bro. Do you have any fucking idea how interesting that shit is? Holy shit, bro. Like, it's wild. It is fucking wild when you just learn a little bit about what fungi is actually up to. I'm also annoyed that I can't watch The Call. I think we'll stream tomorrow on YouTube and watch The Call. Because I really want to fucking hear what that call is all about, bro. I think we're gonna have to. I should have... It's all gonna depend on The Call between XQC, Trainwreck, Miskiv, Asmongold, and all them. The Call, bro. What do you mean? What call? The Call. Like, the one and only call. Abaddon, I hope there's no not safe for work shit here. Would we call them hot, though? I don't know if I would call them hot. I mean, it's not like they're ugly, but they're definitely not, like, super hot. Anyways, fuck it, guys. My power's going out. I have to raid someone. Let's hit it and quit it. All right? And then, if my power allows, I'll be back tomorrow so that we can watch The Call. I fucking hope we can watch The Call. But it's all going to depend on my power and the electricity shit. It is what it is. I want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, as you guys know. You know, let's raid Rurikon. He's doing his thing, he's just chatting, you know, having a good time. Go say hello to Ruri. I really appreciate all of you. I'll be back hopefully tomorrow. All depends on power, so don't fucking take my word for it. You know what? I'll say it like this. I'll be back whenever I have electricity. I think that's really the best way to do it, because fuck trying to make plans. There's no way of making plans. Everything changes the whole goddamn time. And I don't know when this... It was supposed to end already. It was supposed to end already. Like, yesterday was supposed to be the last day of load shedding. And then yesterday they sent out a message saying, oh, by the way, yeah, about that whole last day of load shedding thing. Never mind that. Like, forget that happened. Like, let's pretend we didn't say that. It's going to be a bit more load shedding. So, fuck knows when this shit is ending. Anyways, I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out.